And we are live. Welcome to Tripp Smokepit, ladies and gentlemen. This is my buddy Dave, and we are talking about how the internet not working in your house is actually part of the fucking COVID thing, which is conspiracy between the Illuminati and Big Pharma.
Yeah, thank you for having me, man. This is awesome. I'm glad to be here.
Yeah, no, fucking. For I guess the people that'll watch this later, can you tell us a little bit about what you do? I mean, like, I know you and me, like, you're probably my oldest friend. You're the only person I went to high school that I still talk to. But
yeah,
for the people that don't know you, tell everybody about you a little bit.
Okay, so my name's Dave Specht. I live in Cleveland now. I grew up with Tripp for a little bit when Tripp moved from Florida to Ohio in eighth grade. So like we hung out from basically eighth grade till about halfway through his senior year. And then he went down to Virginia to finish school. But yeah, I work in the finance sector. I'm a banker. I'm a big evil banker. But yeah, I do more like financial crimes. We do like investigations into terrorist financing, money laundering, things like that. But I'm a kind of like an armchair economist. I'm a real estate investor. Actually just closed in on my first duplex. So we're basically rehabbing that in an up and coming neighborhood here in Cleveland. And then we're planning on actually exiting that to like a more turnkey operation so they can worry about like the rent collections and that. We'll just take a small fee once we do all the legwork, the rehab, the new lighting, new flooring, that kind of stuff. So that's been pretty exciting. About to get married in a month, and yeah, I'm here.
Looking forward to that.
Yeah.
Actually, since we're on that, fucking, can you tell us a little bit about fucking, I guess, what is it? Financial anti-terrorism?
Yeah, so basically, we have a system so every bank in the United States, if you're federally chartered, even if you're state chartered, you're going to get a little bit more flack. You'll get flack from each individual state, especially like a state like New York. They have basically the New York Department of Financial Services and things like that. So what they do is they require banks to report like certain types of transactions. So basically, if you come in and you deposit $12,000 in cash, it's going to get a red flag. Now, will that necessarily lead to the FBI knocking on your door? Absolutely not. So basically, we're just supposed to, as banks that receive federal financing, and we deal with the Federal Reserve, the Federal Deposit Insurance Corporation, the Office of Comptroller and Currency. There's certain regulations in place, and you have to basically report any suspicious activity to the government. And then all that goes to a thing called the Financial Crimes Enforcement Network. It's an actual special division in the Treasury. And this is common news. This was in Wired back in 1993. Actually, they talked about how FinCEN actually built one of the first supercomputers to house all this financial data. So basically, they'll download, they receive all that reports, and they'll send it out to respective parties. If you're, money laundering or doing things like that. I mean, I've caught Al Qaeda terror cells in Yemen, laundering money through charities in Israel, of all places. So it's an interesting job. It's very boring and monotonous at points, but then you get a huge case, and there's cases I obviously cannot talk about. So, but it's still very when you get one of those cases, it can definitely be life changing. So I did consulting for a little while, where I would work with multiple banks and different projects. Like when I was out with you in Vegas, I was working and consulting on a bank in LA. That was I won't mention the bank, but that was a real shit show.
Vegas was fun.
Vegas was the best part of that whole 4 months out in California, no doubt. So
Yeah. The only down part of that was hey, dude, listen, I know you got some stuff off the street, but they can come into my hotel room, fucking just do that outside, buddy.
Yeah. So but hey, what happens in Vegas stays in Vegas. So
they say that, but herpes does not stay in Vegas.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah. So, but hey, we both won money that weekend.
We did.
I mean, we basically paid for our weekend that weekend playing blackjack. And then remember that fucking drunk crazy old lady? She was like this old hag. She was chain smoking bones and shit. And she was like, I was like, I'll stay. And she's like, why the fuck are you staying? Because like she wanted me to bust and other people because like better her odds.
Yeah.
She was like dogging you and me out. She's like, do you guys even know how to play? Like she had like the fucking like really raspy voice of like a chain smoker for 30 years.
Yeah, it's like, no, I don't know how to play blackjack, but I know enough to not lose all my money fucking doing it and have fun. Like, there's this thing called I break even and they give me free drinks.
Yeah, exactly. And she was like, I'm 15 in the hole, like drinking White Russians and shit.
Dude, White Russians are like the worst. Like, I love them to death, but like, if I drink that and anything else that night, it's coming up. Like, I think it's just the cream and the milk just like curdles and it's like, I'm out.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, like once you are like, okay, it's a Saturday night, I'm gonna decide to just drink White Russians. Like that's when you're like, okay, it's strictly White Russians. There's nothing else. If you go outside that, you're in for a bad time. Or like on South Park, you're not gonna have a good time.
Not gonna have a good time. Yeah, no, and then like the worst though, like if you piss like some chick off that has a White Russian and she throws it at you, then you smell like fucking curdled milk until you can fucking get out of your clothes. It ruins your whole night. Because you know, somebody throws a pack of Coke on you, it's like, all right, I'm gonna go to the bathroom and clean up real quick. You're not getting milk in your fucking shirt.
I've never had that happen to me, thank God, but sounds like you have.
So like I would like to think that like I'm a cool, level-headed person unless like I'm drunk in a bar and you're an asshole, in which case fuck you. You know, like was I was going on. So it was about a year ago. I had my buddy Chuck up here and we're at this bar that is kind of like used to be somebody's house or some shit, right? But like you can smoke in it. And it was me, my buddy Chuck, and my wife. And this dude shows up, and it was somebody that my wife went to high school with, right? So they're like chatting it up, and like this dude starts hitting on my wife, and I'm like, okay, this guy's hitting on my wife, but at the same time, you know what? Fuck it, she's an adult, she can take care of herself, you know, blah, blah, whatever. And the dude ends up fucking off, and he comes back a little bit later, and he says, let's do some shots. And I'm like, none of us are doing shots, dude. Fucking either sit down and drink or go away. And he goes, don't be a bitch. I was like, okay, let's go to the fucking bar and do some shots, right? So we get to the bar, and I'd say, hey, bartender, give me 4 shots of Jack Daniels. And this dude's like, I can't do Jack Daniels, man. Anything besides Jack Daniels. I'm like, okay, cool. Give me 4 shots of Everclear. And like all the blood leaves this guy's face, right? 4 shots come out, and he's like, so are we going to take us back to the table? I'm like, no, I'm going to do 2, and you're going to do 2. And he's like, already pussied out about the fucking thing. And he's like, oh, man, I don't know, man. I'm like, well, don't be a bitch, right? And he's like, so he takes like half a shot of Everclear and then just like pukes on the fucking bar, right? Bouncer grabs him by the fucking hair and drags him out. And like everyone's like, what the fuck? And they're looking at me. So I drink my shot. I drink the other half of his that he didn't take, and then the other 2. And then everyone's like, all right, man. So like I like light a cigarette because like I'm about to fucking die, right? But I need to stall for a minute. And then as soon as everyone stops looking, I put the smoke out, go to the bathroom, puke my fucking guts out, and then come up like, oh man, that was a good shit I just took. Yeah. No one saw that, right?
Way to play it off. Yeah, like I've had some bad times with Everclear, man. I blacked out drunk. I mean, you know, like that stuff's rough. Like, why couldn't you just like Jack Daniels, especially like some of the like the softer stuff? Like, I can't drink it because like I become a total dick on Jack Daniels. Like,
I can't drink Jack Daniels anymore because like I got old and it gives me heartburn now.
Yeah, like I love the taste of it, but like seriously, it like I wouldn't be getting married in a month if I didn't quit drinking Jack Daniels. Like, no doubt, like straight up. Because like I'd have a few
more scars. I would be able to tell you what being stabbed feels like.
Yeah, I woke up one day with like 4 lumps on the side of my head, and I was like, "What happened?" And they're like, "Dude, you forgot about that huge brawl at the bar last night." I was like, "Oh, okay."
My bad, guys. Dude, I remember when I was in California the first time, fucking back when I was in Pendleton. I walked outside with a bottle of Jack Daniels. Right, I took a sip. I don't remember anything until I woke up in some chick's barracks room, like just like ass naked with her next to me. I'm like, I don't know you. This is Everclear. Where did the Jack go? And I'm like, where the fuck did my night went? I need to leave and I need to go to medical right now and like have somebody shove a Q-tip on my dick to make sure I didn't get fucking anything weird.
And then throw in an IV while we're at it so that way I can get rehydrated.
Dude, no, I had a corpsman buddy who was one of my best friends. Actually was my best friend in the fucking barracks, and he would hook me up with that shit all the fucking time. It's like, no, just give me an IV, man. And then when I got out of the Marine Corps and I was driving across the country, I stopped at my buddy's house in Wichita Falls, Texas, and his wife was in the Air Force. So we had this party, and it was, you know, us, them, a bunch of fucking Air Force people, and then just like by chance, like a bunch of Marines I knew were like within like
nice.
4 hours drive. So it was like 5 Marines and like 20 fucking airmen, and then like it's like 8 o'clock at night, and we're already like just like puking fucking drunk, right? But one of my friends came down from Tulsa, and she was a fucking EMT, and she brought a bunch of fucking IV bags. So like
Nice.
we're all like walking around with like IV bags like on our shit, just like drinking beer and shit. And like the Air Force people are like, what the fuck is wrong with these people?
Crayon eaters.
Yep.
So the funny thing you mentioned that. So like one time I went down to Pittsburgh and I was visiting my buddy. He was in law school.
Yeah.
And like, you know, I wasn't really, you know, cultured or anything like that. I'm fucking redneck from Maslin, you know what I mean? So I go with him. He's like, I want to meet up some of my friends from law school at this martini bar. So we go into this martini bar. I've never had a fucking martini in my life. This is probably back in like 2011, 2012, 2013.
23 or some shit at the time.
Yeah, exactly. So way before I moved to Cleveland and like, you know, kind of got cultured a little bit.
Yeah.
So I go in and like I'm drinking these cocktails and I'm like, man, this shit tastes good. Like I'm just like, dude, I woke up the next morning at his house. I threw up like 6 times. I couldn't keep water down. I was like shaking. I had the chills. Like I had to be like curled up in a blanket. Like this guy probably thought I was absolutely insane. Like total fucking lightweight. Like I don't know what the fuck happened. But then I looked back and I was drinking like Ciroc, like Patron, like these special margaritas and shit, and they were like triple shots of Patron, and I'm just like, because like I don't know what they mixed them with. Still to this day, I have no idea what they mixed them with, but it was like the smoothest shit, and I'm just like, oh, this is like cool. Like, boom, boom,
dude. No,
boom.
that's dangerous because like I was at a jazz bar in Waikiki, right? And once again, it was a place I could smoke in, so I didn't have to stand up. And I'd never had a Long Island iced tea before. And the guy I was with was drinking. I'm like, fuck it, give me one, you know, because like, what is it? It's like tea and then like what, whiskey or rum or some shit. Unbeknownst to me, it's like liquor, splash fucking Coke. So I drink like fucking 12 of these things, right? Just sitting down, smoking, listening to this band, having a good time. Like I get a little bit of the face heavy, but then like I'm like, all right, it's time to leave. So I stand up, and as soon as I stand up, I'm like, I have made a fucking critical error. Ainsworth needs to fucking quit and reboot. Like with the
yeah. No, Long Island's that's another liquor that's extremely dangerous. I've gotten some seriously fucking annihilated on Long Island for sure. So
fuck you up.
Oh yeah. Speaking of fucked up, 2020 is absolutely insane.
Like, remember when we thought 2016 was bad?
Yeah. Yeah.
It was like David Bowie and Lemonade dies. Yeah, this year sucks. It's like, hey, guys, what's up?
Have you seen that? Have you seen that one meme where it's like David Bowie dies in 2016? The world has never been right since. Like,
yeah,
they're not lying. I mean,
well, that and the other thing, it kind of means that since David Bowie and Lemmy are both dead, that kind of makes radical Islam kind of moot because there aren't any virgins in heaven anymore.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. So here's a cool thing I didn't even realize. So I went down some YouTube rabbit holes like while I'm working, and I watched this like history of Super Mario 3.
Mm-hmm.
And
was it on Gaming History?
Yeah. Gaming Historian.
Yeah, that's a good channel. I like those guys.
So they were talking about the different like Koopas, like Bowser's kids.
Yeah.
And so basically,
oh, did you freeze? Shit, Dave. Come on, man. So wait.
Like actually, oh, can you hear me? Can you see me?
Yeah, you froze for a minute. Like I don't know if you got like a text message or
some
shit, but all right.
Okay. Can you hear me now?
Yeah. or not. Ladies and gentlemen, we are experiencing technical difficulties. We will return shortly.
How's this now?
Okay, all right. I think you're back.
Okay, great. So they were basically like talking about Super Mario 3, and it was like the greatest fucking selling game of all time. But I didn't realize that like they named the like Bowser's children. So like you remember like, and I don't know if you played it. I'm sure you have. Like pretty much everybody in our generation's played it at least once. So like all the little levels you play like Bowser's children, like the little Koopas. And so there was like Ludwig Koopa, like Iggy Koopa, and then there was Lemmy Koopa. So those were actually named after artists. So like Lemmy was named after Lemmy of Motorhead. Iggy was named after Iggy Pop, and then Ludwig was named after Ludwig von Beethoven.
So Iggy Pop kind of pisses me off though, because like I like him. I got a few of his fucking records and shit, but he's got one like right after he left whatever band he was in, and he went on tour with David Bowie, and like David Bowie just did like backup vocals and like played like the fucking keyboard or some shit for him. But it kind of pissed me off because he had this song called 1969, and the song's talking about like he's bored in New York just walking around and there's nothing to fucking do. And 1969 is a boring ass year. It's like, go to Vietnam, you fucking bitch.
Yeah. And like New York City, you could always find something to fucking do. I mean, maybe not now, like with the, you know, the pandemic, but like before then, yeah, you still could find anything. And then too, like 1969 was like one of the like craziest years in our fucking history. Like, how the fuck are you bored in 1969?
Yeah, like maybe I just misinterpreted it, but I don't fucking know, you know?
Yeah. Speaking of Bowie, you know me, I'm like a big Gilmore like fan, and that Gilmore did I think it was like in 2006 or something. He so basically in London, the Royal Albert Hall is basically their equivalent of like Madison Square Garden, or like one of the iconic like arenas.
Yeah.
He did a set with Bowie, and they like Bowie like sings like a lot of the Pink Floyd songs. Like he does like
I'm gonna have to look that up.
Yeah, it's on YouTube. I think it's on David Gilmour's like YouTube channel. It's incredible. And like they do Shine On You Crazy Diamond, and like Gilmour's guitar is like on point that night.
Well, you know what's funny is I think it's him, but he has the serial number 1 Stratocaster.
He did. He just auctioned it off for charity.
Oh yeah, so he sold it like 2 years ago, right?
Yeah, he auctioned off all his guitars for charity. And he raised like 20 million, and he donated to climate change.
Nice.
All it like turned out because like he's an environmentalist, and like he's doing remodeling on one of his homes, and he had to rip his solar panels off because they like with the remodeling, like they were adding on to like the 3rd floor or something. They couldn't do it anymore. So I guess like he felt guilty and like just donated, like sold all of his guitars. So like his black Strat is the one like he does, like is famous for like him writing Comfortably Numb, and like a lot of Shine On You Crazy Diamond, things like that. But yeah, his white Strat is the one with 00001, and they did like a big shindig. Fender did, like they threw a huge party, kind of like what Gibson did for like Les Paul's like 100th birthday or whatever. Like they honored him posthumously or whatever. So like basically Gibson did like a huge concert like remembering Les Paul. So like on the 5th,
went back and listen to Les Paul's music.
Oh, he's incredible.
Oh yeah,
he's so incredible.
And people only now know the guitar name, but it's like, dude, like that guy was instrumental with like guitar technique development in the fucking 50s.
Yeah, and I mean, without him, there really wouldn't be an electric guitar, and like his influence, like rock and roll. You know, it's funny though, because like a lot of people, I listened to another podcast. It's called Business Wars.
Okay.
And they like talk about different rivalries. So like they do like Nike and Adidas. They did like Nintendo and Sony, Blockbuster, Netflix. So it's really interesting. But the one series they did Gibson and Fender.
Yeah.
And like it's funny, I didn't realize this. Like Les Paul didn't even like, he kind of was like, I don't want rock and rollers like using my guitar. But then like he came around to it. Like it was like, you know, Peter Green started using Fleetwood Mac, and like a lot of those like early English blues bands like started going into rock and roll and using those, his guitar, and like his sales kind of slumped it for a while, and then like they noticed like Gibson noticed a huge uptick of people buying old Les Paul guitars in the 60s that were like designed and invented by him, just to like, really break barriers in rock.
Well, the two things with that I think are great, like fucking Sling's watching, so hey Sling,
what up, Ryan?
And then the other thing though too is like I think it was funny because like if you look at a Les Paul and you don't know anything about it, it looks like kind of just like a boring fucking guitar, right? But almost every badass fucking like heavy metal song was written on one. Like the only exception is like Gibson SGs, and that's just because that's what Tony Iommi played. Yeah,
exactly. And I mean, like they just have that like more heavy, and like Fender kind of has that sweet sound, that's it's like a softer sweet melody with it. But like if you're gonna like really grind out, you definitely want a Gibson Les Paul.
No, and then like if you get like two guys on it that both know what they're doing, that are just like playing off each other, kind of like say, I don't know, Judas Priest, like the music almost like a fucking Panzer attack, it's like you don't get the end of it.
Mm-hmm. Definitely. So, but it's basically Gilmour, then he had so like Fender did like the 50th anniversary of the Stratocaster, which is basically like their iconic guitar line. I mean, they have the Telecaster and things like that. So Gilmour performed at that, and he did his song Maroon, which is basically just him doing a fucking guitar solo. There's no lyrics at it at all, but he does it with the white Strat with the 0001 serial. But he auctioned that off, and he got like 1.3 million out of that guitar.
I mean, there's a lot into like first, it's the first Strat. Secondly, all that Pink Floyd shit it's associated with, like that's like a two for banger. That like the only thing that you could really do more, you actually really couldn't do anything more than that, because like even if someone had a custom made guitar that they'd made all this fucking badass shit with, even though that might be one of a kind, it's not the first of this iconic guitar. Because like when most people think of an electric guitar, they immediately think of a fucking Stratocaster. Like personally, I don't like Strats, but I mean, like I'm not dogging the people that do. Like I have a different sound I'm looking for. But I mean, like if you can make it work, you can make it work. Like fucking like Jimi Hendrix and Stevie Ray Vaughan, fucking like they made those things fucking hum.
Oh yeah. Well, what's crazy too is like Gilmour's white Strat actually, like that got 1.3, but his black one that he wrote Comfortably Numb with and Shine On You Crazy Diamond, that was worth 3.1 million he got out of it. And one of the added advantages was his wife got him for his birthday the original strap that Hendrix used to use for his Strat as a birthday gift. And he was like so touched because Gilmour was heavily influenced by Hendrix. And actually Pink Floyd in 67 they opened up for and Gilmour wasn't even in the band yet. They still were with Syd Barrett, but like he was actually in the band, or like they actually opened up for Hendrix, and then he actually like opened up for Hendrix one year on like at the Isle of Wight, I think. And like it was like he said to this day it's like his like greatest experience as a musician.
Speaking of that though, did you know that Lemmy got to start as a roadie for Jimi Hendrix?
No.
Yeah, dude, he started off fucking roadie, and then he had another band I think called Nighthawk, and they had a couple albums, but like they kind of sucked and they broke up. And then Lemmy went and started Motorhead, and Motorhead like played in bars and clubs for like fucking years, and like no one paid attention to him, and they're like, all right, well, this is a fucking bust. Let's all get real fucking jobs. We got like one gig left. And then like that last gig, somebody was like, hey, you guys want a record contract? And they're like, yeah, mate, we do.
Yeah.
Dude, another funny thing about Lemmy though is that dude drank a fifth of Jack Daniels every day and did a bunch of fucking speed every day until like 2 days before he fucking died. And there was a point in the late 80s, early 90s where he decided he wanted to like sober up. And he thought the only way to do that would be to like do that thing celebrities do where they get like they drain all their blood and get like new people blood. and they went to do like
doping.
preliminary tests. Yeah, and the doctor was like, "Hey, if your blood is so fucking toxic that if we put healthy blood into you, it would kill you. So don't get into a fucking car accident, okay?"
I believe it. Like there's bars now that they call it the Lemmy. It's Jack Coke with bitters.
Yep.
Like that's his, like that was his famous drink, dude. He drank that so much. Like
you find what you like.
Oh yeah. And like with him, like it's just incredible because like every time he performed, dude, he was incredibly slot. He was so fucked up, but like he still like sounded so awesome.
Yeah, no, like one of the things I think was neat was because like how his like microphone was like always really up here and he had to like so I'm here to sing whatever. You know why he did that?
Yeah. No.
He had terrible stage fright. And like if he stalled the audience, he wouldn't be able to perform. So he's like, if I'm looking up here and singing, I can't see a million people watching right now. So into the spades.
Yeah, nice. Have you ever read the book by I forget his name, but it's The Subtle Art of Not Giving a Fuck?
I have a copy of it, but I haven't read it yet.
Okay, so I started listening to it on an audiobook, but like the website I used for it like had like they would only do like 15-minute clips of it, and like I kind of screwed up, so like I lost my track and then I just quit like listening to it. But like the one chapter was very interesting. It was talking about Pete Best and Dave Mustaine.
Okay.
So like it was talking about like how like they compared the two, and so like Dave Mustaine like basically looked at his life as an absolute failure because like he never outsold Metallica, and like that was for people that don't know, I mean I know but like Dave Mustaine was in Metallica and got kicked out before like Metallica became huge.
Dude, no, it's not even they got huge. Like he got kicked out like a week before they recorded Kill 'Em All.
Yeah, exactly. So
and like the way they kicked him out was like they gave him a bus ticket and said, "Get the fuck lost." Like
so like he had a huge chip on his shoulder. Huge chip from that. Like he hates Metallica like pretty much to this day. And like he was always determined to outsell Metallica. And so like he was just obsessed with it. And like Megadeth is one of the best metal bands of fucking all time. Like great fucking band, but like he thinks that his career has been a failure because he didn't outperform Metallica.
And see, I would argue against that because like the difference between Megadeth and Metallica is you can say what you want, whether or not Metallica is better than Megadeth. I don't personally think so. I think they both have their strengths, but Megadeth didn't start to suck in 1994 and like make 34 years of shit music. Like even Megadeth's like bad albums are really fucking good. Like they had one called Risk, and the reason they named it Risk was because it was more of a pop metal album than like a heavy metal album, and it was a different kind of music, but it still fucking rocked.
Yeah. No, I mean I agree. I like if you're like a real metalhead, like you're rocking with Megadeth over Metallica. Yeah. I mean, most of the metalheads I talk to, I mean, I'm not a huge, like, I like heavy metal, but like, it's not like my end all be all. I'm more of like the bluesy, that's more my vibe. But yeah, like he looked at his career as like a complete failure. And then there's, Pete Best, and he was the drummer of the Beatles. And like, he kind of outshined like Paul and John initially because I guess he was like better looking. And
wait, don't you mean Ringo?
No, the Beatles had a drummer before Ringo.
I didn't know that.
Yeah, his name is Pete Best. Oh, Pete Best, like he was. So like Apple Records kicked him out of the band. Like they were like, you need because like he was outshining Paul and John.
Yeah.
And they were getting ready to do their big, US, going to the US and things like that. So he ended up like leaving the band, and like people were like interviewing him and stuff like that. And he was like, people were like, wow, you got like kicked out of the Beatles, and like they're like the greatest rock and roll band of all time. And like he's like totally content with it. So like they were comparing in the Subtle Art of Not Giving a Fuck, they compared the two about like how Pete Best has so much more happiness in his life because he was like, if I was in the Beatles, like I wouldn't have got to see the birth of my children. Like I wouldn't have been able to be like the father I wanted to be. And like he still had a phenomenal career. Like he did like a bunch of session, like he did a bunch of drumming, like session drumming set
Yeah.
for like some various bands here and there, and like still a multimillionaire. Like still doesn't have to ever work another day in his
Yeah.
life. You know what I mean? So but yeah, he was like, yeah, I'm totally content, like I'm financial, I got financial freedom. I'm able to, I was able to see my kids grow up, like where if I was in the Beatles, like I would have been out on the road all the time and like having to deal with the pressure that came with that. And so they were like, be more like Pete Best and not like Dave Mustaine. Pretty much was like the whole synopsis of that chapter of the book.
Yeah.
But
Yeah, I never heard that before. But speaking of that, have you ever listened to or have you ever heard No Life Till Leather? It's
no, I have not.
it's Metallica's demo tape, and it's pretty much Kill 'Em All, except for it's Dave Mustaine instead of Kirk Hammett.
Oh, okay.
And,
yeah, now I know what you're talking
yeah,
about.
and holy fuck, if Dave Mustaine would have stayed in that band, like that would have ended fucking rock and roll or heavy metal, because like everyone else would have been like, well, I mean, like I'm not gonna get like a quarter as good as that, so why the fuck even try? So like it's probably better for music that Dave Mustaine did left, because we get Metallica and Megadeth, and it's not like, well, I mean, never gonna beat that.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, Mustaine was so talented, and then he got that. Didn't he have like multiple sclerosis or something? Like, wasn't it some
No,
medical
so
that
I
like?
forget exactly what it happens. I think he said it was Saturday Night Palsy or some shit, but he fell asleep on a chair and then like his arm died. Like couldn't move it, couldn't feel it, and it was like that for like long enough to where like they were like, all right, well, Megadeth's got to break up because I can't use my fucking arm anymore. And then he like went into physical fucking therapy and then like learned how to use it again. And then like he's got a really interesting story about he got a guitar teacher to like help him like back into fucking rehab. And it was funny because he was like, yo, yeah, dude, I'm fucking Dave Mustaine. I know how to play guitar. What the fuck are you going to teach me? And then he's like, oh shit, this guy knows some stuff. So Megadeth's gonna come back, and I got some new tricks, motherfuckers.
Nice.
What's the best about Dave Mustaine though is like if you listen to his music, you'll know this. But if you don't, Dave Mustaine fucking hates the government, and he does a lot of fucking on-screen shit with fucking Alex Jones, or it's just them fucking talking about fucking globalists and shit. I'm like, wait a minute, these two things can be combined.
Yeah. So yeah, Alex Jones, he's like in with a lot of metal. Jonathan Davis of Korn, another one who's been on like like Jonathan Davis has been very critical of like the government and stuff like that too. So I know Alex Jones gets a lot of shit, and like like after he said like Sandy Hook was a hoax, like that fucking killed him. But like,
which was a stupid thing to say, but
oh yeah, hands down. And like some of the shit he says is completely retarded. Like, or well, excuse me, but like completely stupid. Like you cannot say, you can't say things like he says. But like that doesn't discredit him at all.
Yeah.
I mean, he was talking about Epstein when we were in high school.
Yeah.
People like completely like. He was like, there's an island in the Virgin Islands. All these elites are going down there. They're all like touching children. Like they're all, having sex with underage people. And people were like, oh, dude, Alex is nuts, because he says crazy off the wall shit like that. And
I mean, it also he's not saying it, he's screaming it,
Yeah. Yeah, and he got bad into alcohol. Like he went to rehab for alcoholism and things like that.
And he always like once a year to see what George Soros is up to.
Yeah, but like people were like, "Oh, he's an anti-Semite because what he said about Soros." But like, Soros did sell out the Jews in Hungary to the Nazis to escape himself.
Dude, one of the things I think
him and his dad
is like nowadays, like no, that never happened. But there's a documentary. I've seen it. There's a documentary from the '80s where he was talking about doing all that shit. It's like,
no, exactly. It was on PBS.
Yeah.
He said it on PBS. And it's like, the Holocaust is one of the most horrific things in human history. No doubt. Like, if I was in his shoes, like, and like, if your dad's in there and he sees you at 12 years old, like, and you have an opportunity to convert to
Yeah.
Christianity and then magically, are you going to do that to survive? I'm not saying what he did was wrong or right, because I've never,
Yeah, in
God,
my shoes, it was like, all right, so I can help them send people to try concentration camps, or I could go myself.
yeah,
And
so
if I don't just get shot in the street.
yeah, and exactly, like,
Not
I don't,
defending it, I understand why.
yeah, I'm not defending it by any means at all, because
Yeah.
like, but like, again, you're dealing with one of the most horrific, circumstances in human history.
Yeah.
And for that to actually happen, it's like, who knows what you would actually do in that circumstance when you're
Yeah.
facing your family. But like,
Because you
don't,
can say what you want to do all day long, but you don't know what you are until
yeah,
fucking
you're
shit.
faced with that. But like, don't sit there and say like Alex Jones is an anti-Semite, because he literally just said like those things, like, because like it's the truth.
Yeah.
I mean, George Soros is, do I believe that he's like, do I believe that George Soros rules the world? No, I don't. Do I believe that he has a lot of influence and he uses his money to influence things? I mean, he built the largest university in Europe. I mean,
Yeah.
or in Hungary, the Central Europe University. So like, he's built that, he's donated things to influence things. I don't think that he's the big boogeyman that everybody says he is. I
Yeah.
don't, I know he gets a lot of flack for wrecking the British pound in 1992. Have you ever heard that story?
No, I haven't.
So he was, again, George Soros, one of the most brilliant financiers in human history. Like, this man understands markets to a T. As an armchair economist, you do respect his brilliance, because like, this man has been able to predict and see things way ahead of the crash. So he basically wrecked the Bank of England and the pound sterling in 1992. So he found, and I forget the intricacies of it, but you're the reason why the British Empire like basically collapsed is because of debt. They
Yeah.
were in way too over debt. They took on a brunt in World War One, and most people don't realize this, because of World War One was so brutal and so and kept grueling, and it lasted years and years. They thought it was initially going to last like 18 to 24 months at the most.
Yeah.
And it lasted
5 years
so many
later.
years. Yeah, 5 years later, exactly. So, or they thought it was going to last like 26 weeks or something, like at the most. Like, it was going to be like a Napoleonic battle. It got so grueling, and there's so many people that lost so many lives, that Britain, like London, was the financial hub of the world at that time.
Yeah.
It shifted to New York. So that started the down spiral, and then World War II happened. So Britain gave up a lot of their colonies because they couldn't finance it. So in '79 they had the long winter. Basically, the pound sterling was crashed and things like that, and that led to the rise of Thatcherism. So Margaret Thatcher came in. She was kind of like the Reagan of Britain in the '80s, deregulation and all that. That trimmed down their financial burden. But basically, George Soros saw in '92 that Britain was essentially bankrupt. And so what he did is he ended up shorting the pound sterling in '92 so bad that it broke the Bank of England, and he walked away in one single day with $2.1 billion in 1992.
Good for him.
Like, so, and like 1992, like that equivalent today would probably be
Five-ish.
5 to $7 billion in a single day.
Yeah.
So that, it's crazy. And unfortunately, we're going down the same path. Like, with the inflate, like Jerome Powell, he's the head of the Federal Reserve. He was in, they basically every year they go to Jackson Hole, Wyoming. They have the Jackson Hole Summit. And they basically lay out like what they're going to do the whole year. And so he went on and said, yeah, we're going to let inflation do its thing. Like, our goal is to get it 2%, but like this year, next year, we might let it rise 4 to 6%. And then we'll try to like tighten it back down to like 1% or 0% the years after to try to get it in like a 10-year period. They want it at 2%, which good fucking luck.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Now, one of the other things too that like a lot of people didn't realize was like before World War I and World War II, like Paris was like the art capital of the fucking world, and then because those two wars, the art world's I guess like hub of culture shifted from Paris to New York because most of the artists were fucking pussies and said fucking I'm leaving. Like the only two that like didn't were like Picasso, who stayed in Paris for that war. Which I was talking last week about this guy named Ernst Younger. He was I'll boil it down, but pretty much what it was is he joined the Prussian army in 1914, like a week after the fucking war started, and then over the next 4 years made his way from private to colonel.
Oh wow!
Because people just kept dying, and he like didn't. But after the war, he stays in the fucking army, and like being in the army in Germany back then was not a good thing. Like you weren't getting a lot of money. Fucking, you had to like do a lot of shitty shit to stay afloat. So he kind of a weird conundrum because he thought the Nazis were ruining Germany. Like they were a bunch of fucking assholes that were destroying shit. But at the same time, he understood that they were like in charge, and if he wanted to like make anything of himself, he had to join. So he joined the Nazi Party pretty much as like a power move. But he ends up getting stationed in Paris during World War II. Like he's one of the like I think he was like the city military governor, right? Like not of France, but of Paris. But instead of like dictating what's going on in Paris, he just hung out and dropped acid with fucking Picasso. And then eventually the Nazis were like, all right, dude, you're fucking fired. Like because of the book he wrote after World War I, like in World War II, he was like Germany's Brad Pitt.
Okay.
So like they couldn't just kill him. They couldn't pull a Rommel and just kill him because like people would actually be mad. Because like there's a difference between like say, if somebody fucking if the government killed James Mattis, Marines and like 5 other people would be mad. If the government killed Brad Pitt, there might be a fucking revolt. So like they're like, okay, we can't. And imagine both of them were the same guy. It's like, okay, we're just gonna like bring you back to Bavaria, put you in the woods somewhere. Shut up.
Yeah. But I never heard that story.
Yeah, no, the other artist that didn't fucking bounce out is one of the world's greatest watercolor painters. He had a little mustache. Which I was reading somebody's fucking memoirs about World War II, and he was complaining about the Nazis fucking ruining everything. But he's like, for all, and he said something that like kind of struck me a little bit because I was like, I never thought of it that way. It's like for all of Hitler's shortcomings, you can't call him a coward.
Oh no, you can't. I mean, he had, he basically brought Germany from the pits. Like
and
people don't realize
afterwards.
Oh, exactly.
Foot in the ground.
Yeah, it's we definitely the good won in World War II, no doubt. That's why like World War I's more fascinating to me than World War II
because there was like good or bad guys.
There really wasn't. It was just like societies and like clash of civilization, like the class of civilization, like turning to the industrial age, like these, like Austro-Hungary, like the German Empire, like they were just coming into the world of industrialization. Like it was like future shock. One of my favorite books I've ever read was by Alvin Toffler. It's called Future Shock. Actually, Stephen Case, who founded AOL, he wrote another book called Future Shock talking about like today's society. I've not read that yet, but I heard it's good. But Alvin Toffler wrote this book in 1977, and he was like talking about how like technology's evolving at such a rapid pace that like governments and like economics and like societies cannot keep up, and basically it's going to cause create a shock. And like right now we're fucking living it. Like this book was written in 1977, and I'm telling you, like he talks about 3D printing in 1977.
Really?
Yeah. Like he doesn't call it 3D printing, but
yeah, the concept.
Yeah. And Oh, go ahead.
No, go on.
Oh, so I was like, all I was gonna say is like, yeah, he like talks about like how 3D printing and things like that, and he talks about like the rise of office work, like that parallel shift already began in like 1958. Like there was more office jobs than industrial jobs in '58, and that was basically because of the GI Bill, like and like all these veterans from World War II coming home and like getting re-educated
Yeah.
into the workforce, and like once they got their college degrees they moved into like corporate America.
Yeah. Fucking shit. I had two things of that. Oh yeah, the two things that was like back to World War One. One of the bigger problems, I guess I would think was like the reason that happened overall. Because like, you know, you can be like, well, I mean, it was Franz Ferdinand getting shot. And it's like, well, I mean, actually the war didn't start for like a year after that because like everyone in Austria was like, oh, thank God that guy's dead. But or like, you know, the fucking thing with all like everybody having alliances with weird people and shit is like, if you look at history, Europe kind of fucking has a big war and destroys themselves every like 30 fucking years. And then like when World War One came around, like it hadn't happened in like a century. It hadn't happened since Napoleon. So they're like, hey, we haven't burnt this bitch to the ground in a fucking minute. Let's go to France.
Yeah. No, you're 100% right on that. Cause like it was one of those things like I said, they thought it was going to be like a gentlemanly thing. Like, yeah, we'll lose a few lives and that. But like people don't realize fucking France in the first 18 days of battle lost 76,000 people. That was fucking 18,000 more than we lost in 10 years in Vietnam.
Dude, there's still places in France. I think it's like 50,000 fucking square miles, right? Or 5,000 square miles where you can't go because the amount of lead in the dirt fucking will give you like will poison and kill you if you walk through it because there's just so much fucking shit still in the fucking ground.
I mean, Passchendaele
years ago. Yeah. Dude, that was fucking nuts because like you know, fucking battles going on, everybody's shooting everything, and then it's like the middle of the fucking like rainy season, and since all the fucking like artillery dug everything up, you know, and it's flooding mud, but so many people are dead, like you just have these like lakes of fucking blood, like shit that like if you read the Bible isn't supposed to happen until after Christ comes back. Evil, terrible shit.
Well, two things to that. Passchendaele. Well, three things. First of all, it was an Iron Maiden song, so like that tells you how badass of a battle that was. Second, like people don't realize the gases from that, like in the torrential rains, like people were getting flooded out in the trenches, and like as British soldiers were like going up the Passchendaele Ridge, they were literally shooting people that were stuck in the mud so they wouldn't have to suffer to death. They would just shoot them in the head and put them out of their misery because they were getting like suffocated in basically poisonous mud. It was horrific. You know, that Passchendaele, the Third Battle of Ypres is what it's technically called. It's like one of the, like they basically thought that it was a battle like the Battle of Armageddon. Like people like wrote in their letters back home, like, I think this is the Battle of Armageddon. In fact, Tolkien was in that battle. And that's where like Tolkien came up with the whole Lord of the Rings saga because of how bad that battle and brutal it was. But yeah, like I've done some history on it. Like my great grandfather, he's of Hungarian nobility. He was in the Imperial Hussar Brigade, and he fought in Galicia. Well, in Galicia, it's like 280,000 fucking Hungarians died in that battle, and like his regiments were like successful in their campaigns.
I've read some stories. I forget which one this one's from. It's either from a book called On Combat or On Killing, and they're both, you know, psychological fucking in-depth looking at like what happens in combat or like what happens when you kill somebody. But there was one where they were talking about there was this battle in World War One. I think it was at the Somme, but I'm not sure. And pretty much what it was is you had this like huge fucking like German machine gun position, just like fucking like this shit that would be at Normandy, but like on a hill somewhere in fucking France. And the British came up and the Germans were just fucking murdering the shit out of them to the point where the German commander was like, hey guys, put the machine guns down, just pick up your rifles. Like, I like, they were like, I want them to get the hint to go away. Like, we're not going to let them take this hill, but like, fuck, do we have to be killing them this goddamn fast?
Yeah.
Shit.
It was the Battle of the Somme. And what was crazy about that is the British ended up winning it. The British and the French ended up winning that battle.
Yeah, not the first 3 months of it, though.
No, not at all. Like they got, I mean, like I said, in France, they lost 76,000 in that battle alone.
Yeah.
Like in the first couple of days.
French, not the German side, not the Brits, not the Commonwealth countries, not the fucking Belgians, not the 6 Austrians that were there.
Yeah. And I mean, if you want to talk like the British, if you want to talk about Commonwealth countries like the Australians and the New Zealands and like Gallipoli, I mean, that battle was insane for those countries.
You know what's funny about that is the Battle of Gallipoli is one of the reasons that we won the war against the Japanese in World War II, because that was such a failed fucking amphibious invasion that everyone on the planet was like, okay, so amphibious assaults do not work anymore because machine guns and tanks are a thing. And then some asshole Marine was like, I'm gonna figure this shit out. And then, we figured it out. And then, went and did the whole Japan thing,
Yeah. I mean, it's incredible because like that should have sunk Winston Churchill's career. We'll talk about an incredible life there. Like you headed up Gallipoli.
Yeah, he was like the minister of the fucking Admiralty.
Navy.
Right? Yeah, they have some weird name for it, but yeah, he was like their Secretary of the Navy, whatever they call it.
Yep, exactly. So like he plans this huge battle, all this ends in epic failure. Like he is like shunned, and like it takes years for him to really bounce back.
No, and then when he starts coming back, like his whole platform is like, hey dude, this Hitler guy's a fucking asshole and he needs to go down, and everyone in England's like, nah, he ain't that bad, you'll be all right. And then like shit goes down, like, hey, that guy that was saying Hitler's an asshole, let's real quick.
Yeah, because like he was the biggest, like people like lambasted him as like this radical in that when Neville Chamberlain like let the Germans take the Sudetenland, and he was like, dude, this Hitler guy he's a tyrannist. Like he was the one that was ahead of the curve on all that, and he eventually got his just due, but Gallipoli almost sunk his whole career. I mean, and a lot of people don't realize how like big of a military flop that was, because that was supposed to take the Ottoman Empire completely out of the war.
Yeah, well, I mean, the war ended up taking the Ottoman Empire out at some point anyway, just not the same reasons, Fucking speaking of getting fucked though, do you know who Smedley Butler was?
No.
Okay, so Smedley Butler, it depends on how you count it, but if not one of the most decorated Marines that ever fucking lived, right?
Okay.
I'm going to give you a little bit of this guy's backstory. Like, so first off, this guy looks almost exactly like Daniel Craig.
Okay.
But he got in trouble a lot for being drunk and like fighting people. He was an officer in the Marine Corps, right? He also had a Eagle Globe and Anchor tattoo that went from his collarbone to his dick, like big fucking like G.I. Joe level fucking whatever. And
not to interrupt you, but like a Marine drunk and disorderly, like really,
and like back in the late 1800s or whatever. But anyway, fucking what is it? Back in the day, officers couldn't get medals of honor. They would get something called a brevet medal, same level, just a different thing, right? And he got that because I think he was in Veracruz, Mexico, right? And fucking they went to go do a charge. The charge didn't work. His commanding officer got shot. He grabbed his commanding officer and like ran him back to the fucking trench. And in the process of that, he got South America blown off of his tattoo. Yeah. So I forget what his first Medal of Honor was, but he got that. He got one of them for pretty much like going John Wick with a bolt action rifle in either China or somewhere else in South America. And then he got his second Medal of Honor for something similar, and whichever one wasn't one of those countries. But when he got a second Medal of Honor, he sent it to Congress with a letter that says, I don't rate this shit. I'm not wearing it. Fuck you, right? So Congress mails it back to me, goes, you're wearing this or you're fired. Fuck you. So he's like, all right, I'm gonna wear all three of these real quick. But anyway, anyway, he after this, he it's like the 30s, and there's this conspiracy to kill FDR, overthrow the government, and install a communist fucking regime. And they try to get him in on it, and he's like, yeah, why don't you guys tell me all about this? So they tell him all about it. Yeah, give me everybody's name so I can organize all this shit. And then like he gives it to fucking Congress. He goes, hey, somebody's trying to overthrow the government, and like all these guys fucking get thrown sent to jail, right?
Oh, wow.
Anyway, a few years after that, he gets court-martialed. Do you know why he gets court-martialed? Because he went and had this public fucking speech, and the whole time, all he did was shit on foreign leaders, which isn't something you can do. You know, like if you're a general in the military, you can't just be like, the leader of this country is a fucking asshole, blah blah blah, whatever. He's a tyrant, he's a fucking fascist, and blah blah, all this shit. That person was Benito Mussolini, by the way. So it doesn't matter who you are. That big green weenie will shove it up your ass if you don't fucking mind your P's and Q's.
Yeah.
Oh, also fucking he founded Quantico, and the reason he put Quantico where it was is because he wanted to take the train back to Philadelphia on the weekends to, you know, go home and get drunk and whatever. But while he was there, he went and found Stonewall Jackson's severed arm because it was buried within like it's like 30 miles away from there. So he goes, he finds his arm, puts it in like a actual fucking like casket, and like puts a tombstone up next to it.
Oh
yeah, dude, I heard that story. I went and found it. Like it's out like in a field behind a fucking farm in fucking nowhere, Virginia, but it's like Stonewall Jackson's left arm.
It's like the Hungarians in Budapest. There's so like in Hungary, they're basically equivalent of St. Patrick in Ireland is St. Stephen. Yeah. And like he was the one that converted like before that, Hungary was like ruled by the Avars and the Huns.
Yeah.
And like both those civilizations kind of died out.
Really, the Huns in Hungary.
Yeah.
I wonder where they got that name from.
Well, it's funny because the Magyars are the actual like tribe that, and like we're basically cousins of the Finns.
Yeah. Or the Frost Scoots, I like to call them.
Yeah. Yeah. So like they're the basically like we're related somehow to the Finns, and like we were a tribe from the north. But like when the Huns like phased out and the Avars like phased out, and like their descendants eventually became the modern day Bavarians, Saint Stephen came in with the Magyars and converted them to like Catholicism and like build up Hungarian civilization, like all that. So like, yeah, he's basically the St. Patrick. The only thing that they have like left of him is like his left hand. And it's literally in the church in Budapest.
Have you ever heard of Olga of Kiev?
No, I have not.
So this was back when Kiev was like a city-state.
Yeah, Kiev and Rus. Yeah, Kiev and Rus.
Okay. Like she was like she was married to like the prince that was like the third, like his granddad was like the first king, you know?
Okay.
Anyway, I'm sorry. She got to the point where like she was the queen, but like she was married to the prince because like they didn't have enough land to be like a kingdom or whatever. So, they're fighting some other tribe. Her husband gets killed, and the other tribe is like, "Hey, we killed your husband. If you and me shack up, we could build a kingdom out of this. What do you think about that?" Or they sent emissaries to say that. So. These emissaries come into Kiev, and she is like, "Hey, you guys, you kind of stink. You've been on the road for a while. You guys want to take a bath before we have these negotiations?" So they go into the bathhouse, and then she burns all of them alive. After that, she sends a letter to the enemy and goes, "Hey, I know you said you were going to send some guys to negotiate these terms. It's been like a month. Where are they?" So this other guy sends her a letter back, says, "I'm going to send some more people. I don't know where these guys went. Maybe they just got drunk and fucked off. I don't know. But I'm sending more guys to fucking negotiate this." So they send like more people there. and they come up on the river in the boat, and they're like, she's like, hey, don't get out of the boat. This is going to be a thing. We're going to carry the boat back into the city, so you're not going to get hit by pirates or anything, because pirates on rivers were a thing back then. So like, all right, cool, stay on the boat. So they carry him on the boat into the city, and there's this big burn pit that they just like throw the fucking boat into, burn all these guys alive too, right? So after that, she's like, hey, writes a letter to the fucking guy. She's like, hey, so these guys showed up. I didn't really like their terms. I'm gonna come to you, and we're actually gonna talk about this, right? So he's like, all right, cool. Well, I expected to get here, but like the day before, like the day after that letter got to the other guy, like she had like 40,000 dudes just like around the fucking city, right? So they're like, they're laying siege to this thing, and they lay siege to it for like months, right? Like everybody's starving to death, like they can't fight their way out. They're like, what do we need to do to get you to go away? She's like, I will go away if you give me all the fucking pigeons that you have in your town. They're like, okay, cool. So they give her all the pigeons. She sets all the pigeons in fire and lets them go. And the pigeons who are on fire go home into the fucking city. That city gets burnt to the fucking ground, right? So after all this is going on, Constantine is like, hey, I've heard some stories about you. You're pretty badass. Do you want to come down to fucking Constantinople and, you know, maybe talk some stuff out? So she goes down to Constantinople, right? And Constantine's like, hey, we should get married. He's like, well, we can't get married. Because A, you didn't pay me a dowry, and B, you're a Christian and I'm whatever pagan religion she was. So he's like, all right, well, here's a big dowry. And like, it was Constantine. So like, it was like, you know, 10 years worth of fucking their gross income as like a marry me thing. He's like, well, I still can't marry you because different religion. So she gets baptized into Christianity, and Constantine is her godfather, right? He's like, so do we get married now? It's like, well, I mean, since we're both Catholic now, or not Catholic, but Orthodox now, and you're my godfather, in the eyes of the church, you're my dad, and that's incest. So no. And Constantine's like, well played, motherfucker. Go the fuck home. Anyway, she's one of the few people that's a saint in both Catholicism and Orthodox.
Oh, wow. Yeah, I've never heard of that story, but I've heard of Saint Olga, so that makes sense.
Yeah, her.
But I never heard the backstory. That's insane.
Mm-hmm.
You know, I bet speaking of Ukraine, I bet them Ukrainians wish they never got rid of their nukes in '94.
I watched a video talking about that. It's like, so everybody that has ever had a nuclear weapon, no one's ever got rid of them besides, you know, South Africa that, you know, did whatever, and Ukraine just gave them back to Russia. And that turned out well.
Yeah.
No problem.
Yeah, and as they're like flanking the Eastern Front. The crazy thing is, it's like that whole those like the Parnas guy and those guys that were like tied to Giuliani and that whole like the whole impeachment scale. There's a couple guys here. They and I forget his name. There's a bank in Ukraine called Private Bank.
Yeah.
And so like these guys like stole like $1.2 billion out of this bank in Ukraine. They take the money. So in money laundering, there's like three levels. There's placement, there's layering, and integration. Placement is you place the dirty money into the system. Layering is you mix the transactions into legitimate transactions. And then fully integration. So like say you and me are running fucking Coke for some South Americans. So we run the Coke, we got millions of dollars. You and me decide to start you know, we buy a couple bar and grills. We buy 5 bar and grills, we're laundering the money through. So like with us putting that dirty money that we got from, you know, flying the planes in with full of drugs, we're taking that money now and we're placing it into this financial system, owning it through like what perceived as legitimate sources. We're layering that, and then like integrating it would be like the profits we make from the bar, we buy like real estate and sell that off.
Yeah.
Things like that. So what basically they were laundering all this embezzled money from the Ukraine out of this bank. So they basically, it's called bank capture. It's basically where you and a bunch of investors like take over a bank essentially and buy like basically just embezzle funds out of it. So that's basically what these guys did. So like there's a book actually about something somewhere like this, and it said the best way to rob a bank is to own it. So like these guys did that in Ukraine. They bought up all fucking downtown Cleveland. Like, they owned like my fiance's old building. They owned the One Cleveland Center. Like these guys, so like the Ratner family is like the premier like real estate family of Cleveland. Like they own like the New Jersey Nets, like before they went to Brooklyn, like huge players in real estate. They own Terminal Tower, which is like the biggest tower in Cleveland. All that. So like the Ratners have like run like Cleveland real estate for 100 years. These Ukrainians with the embezzle money that they took literally owned more like property than the Ratners.
Yeah.
So like it's crazy.
Yeah. Also, Sling was saying something. He was watching something from earlier, but yeah, dude, don't mix Sailor Jerry with Coke, man. Mix it with Dr. Pepper. It's a lot better. Trust me. Although Sailor Jerry is fucking amazing anyway. I would always drink that instead of Captain Morgan. People are like, why don't you drink Captain Morgan? I'm like, well, Captain Morgan's is for officers, and I'm not. The other thing too, like back to Ukraine though, is like I don't understand why nobody's talking about it. Like, there's a fucking war going on over there. Thousands of people are fucking dying, and then like,
oh yeah,
just nothing, fucking nothing in the fucking news about it.
Mm-hmm. And you know, they wonder why like their president was like so desperate to like go along with like what Trump was saying about like Hunter Biden and that, because like the dude wanted those missiles. He needs them. He needs them. And at least they did end up getting the aid. So like, because it's a political controversy over here and it ended up leading to Trump getting impeached.
Teflon Trump though.
Dude, Teflon Trump. Like that's the thing. Like, you know, by all indices, it looks like Biden should win this election.
Yeah, but Hillary should have won the last one. So I mean,
exactly. But like,
actually, Johnson should have won the last one. But you know, let's not split hairs here.
Yeah, and just like Joe Jorgensen should honestly win this one. But you know, the thing is about Trump is he is fucking Teflon, man. Yeah. That guy can dodge more debacles than fucking potholes in Youngstown, Ohio. Like,
and you know what's funny is like it's not even, from what I understand, from what I see, it's not so much that his supporters agree with his policy or what he's doing. It's we're so fucking tired of the left's bullshit where it's like, I don't even fucking care anymore. Fuck it. This guy's saying fuck you. Go for it.
Yeah. Well, you know, and here's the thing about 2020. Here's the thing about 2020 is I've never seen an election where both sides are like literally trying to lose. Because like the thing
besides 2016.
Yeah. Well, yeah, that. But like the thing about that was like in 2016 though, Trump was saying things that like really resonated with the fucking people. He said like, dude, we got fucking sold out by NAFTA. He's like, your fucking jobs got shipped out. The fucking Youngstown, Racine, Wisconsin, Allentown,
I will say
Pennsylvania.
though, if he kept his campaign promises, he would be.
Oh yeah.
But
oh, I mean, fuck yeah.
Like
no doubt.
That whole thing where he was like, hey, listen, I don't remember if he said it to GM or Ford, but he's like, if you guys don't start making cars again here, I'll put so many fucking tariffs on this that you'll go out of fucking business. And then, you know, that didn't happen. But if you would have just done that.
Yeah, exactly. Like, you know, it was so crazy is because what he, you know, and he was 100% right in 2016.
Yeah.
He was like, you know, this, you know, stock markets were at all-time highs. And like, you know, when Obama left, like, people don't realize this. The 8 years under Obama was the greatest run on the stock market in history. Stock market was at the bottom and went up those 8 years in Obama. And again, we can go into this as well. It doesn't matter who the president is. It really doesn't. It's all about central bank policy. So the central banks pumped this market up. But Obama leaves office with the eight greatest years of a bull run in history. Trump comes in, and like when Trump was campaigning, he's sitting there and he's like, you know, this is a lie. You know, tell the stock market only 20% of the people own stock. It doesn't affect them. So then, you know, he's bringing up all these valid points about that and how that the stock market is not the economic reality.
Yeah.
So he does all this in 2016. The day he gets elected, then he's now taking all the credit for the numbers. Oh, unemployment's the lowest it's been. Because now that so here's the thing, you could be unemployed during the Obama years, and same thing with the Trump. You lose your job, and okay, shit, can I make more doing Uber and Uber Eats and like DoorDash, or can I collect unemployment? Okay, I'm going to take my chances with Uber. So now they're counting those as actual numbers, not counting. So basically, these people are underemployed. They're not making as much as they were in their regular jobs,
Yeah.
but now they're trying to make ends meet to put food on the table for their family. All those get distorted in those economic numbers. So the data looks great, but like
the reality,
the reality's fucked. And so, all these people are like hurting. And so like Trump comes in day one and then he's like, oh yeah, the economic numbers look great. Like the same problems that were happening under Obama. And like the main reason, more so than even Russia, was Trump was speaking about how NAFTA sold us out.
Yeah.
How, Main Street was hurting, how these small businesses are getting crushed. Like he spoke to that more than any other candidate in 2016. And that's what the number one reason why he got elected. But did he keep up to those campaign promises? Not at all. And then he goes out and gives
well, Hillary Clinton doesn't really need to go to jail. We can be friends with China. The Saudis, they're cool, right? It's like, fucking stupid bitch. No. Do what the fuck you said you were gonna do.
Exactly.
Like the other thing too is I got in the deep dive about this. But there's an argument that they're like the southern border should be fucking welded shut. And like not out of like anything unempathetic towards Mexicans, but Mexico is one of the fucking poorest countries on the planet. It's also one of the most resource rich countries on the planet. And Mexico has zero business being that fucking poor, but their level of government corruption is so bad that the only thing that's going to fix it is if the people rise up and overthrow the fucking government. But that's not happening because instead of saying, you know what, let's fix this, they're like, yeah, I'm just going to go to fucking Texas. I'll get a job in America. Me and my family will be fine, which I can't blame them for doing that because like in that situation, that's the reasonable fucking thing to do. So like, I'm not like anti-immigrant because like, dude, no, like your situation sucks. Come here. Fucking, I like fucking tamales. Come on in. I know that's like really boiled down, but at the same time though, it's like if we welded the border shut and like made Mexico like, I guess kind of crumble a little bit to the point where like, fuck it, government's got to go. Let's do some new shit. Like Mexico doesn't have any business not being a peer with the United States.
No,
they should be on level with everything.
And in fact, I mean, most people don't realize before like the United States became like the economic powerhouse that they are, Mexico was like one of the world reserve currencies because they're the peso in the 1500s through the 1700s was actually backed by silver, and they were like the silver standard of the world because they had more silver than anybody. And I don't begrudge anybody. Look at fucking Cain Velasquez, UFC heavyweight fighter. His dad literally walked from central Mexico all the way up to fucking Sacramento. He
walked.
He fucking walked. Just to provide a better life for his kid.
Because we take all the good people from other fucking countries. Like that's why granted we have been struggling the last few years, but overall America is the best place because all the best people come here. Yeah.
I mean, we hit the lottery being born here. People don't fucking realize that, as bad as like America seems it is. And like, I feel like right now there's so much political tension with the left and right. And like, no matter
how good or bad it is, there's always room for improvement. And if there's room for improvement, we should make we should take the steps to improve. Absolutely.
Exactly. And like
if you don't like it here, go somewhere else and then like hang out there for like 3 weeks and be like, okay, so I made a mistake.
Exactly. And like people don't realize this, like, and like right now I feel like we're so politically divisive, like you can't even think with free like a free thought. Like you can't criticize Trump or criticize Biden at the same time. Like both aren't great. Like,
Yeah.
you know, people don't realize that. And like, so they think you have to be on team Biden or team Trump. And like that, like whole, like we have to box people in, like
Well,
is very
has
dangerous.
become the new religion. Like we kind of like said, fuck it, we're not going to go to church anymore. But your brain still has the area for fucking totalitarianism and whatever your fucking ideals are. And we replace God with either the Democratic Party or the Republican Party.
Yeah. The whole us versus them.
Yep.
You know, people have to be on a team.
Yeah.
So like that's dangerous, but like people don't realize like how fucking good you have it like living in this country. Like there's 335 million of us roughly. I mean, there's probably more than that now.
Yeah.
But like there's 7 billion people in the world. Like the odds of you being born here. Like for instance, my great grandfather left Hungary after World War One and came here. His brother came through Canada. They're the only two in the fucking bloodline that fucking survived because the rest of the family got killed by the communists over there. Yeah. Like, you know, like people don't realize how good that they have it and like how great the opportunities are here. And I mean, America's got its problems. Like, again,
like I said, like, yeah, like granted, this is overall the best place to be. However, we still have room for improvement and we should be improving because like that's the natural progression. Like if we're at where we're at now, and if we say good enough is good enough, we won't advance. Like we are good. It's fucking great to be here, but we can make it better.
Yes. Oh, I totally agree. I totally agree with that. And you know, to go into the economy, like we're printing more money than God. And part of the reason why Trump's rise is happening is like people don't realize this is because like central bank actions, the central bank was trying to get us out of a hole. These banks completely screwed up the entire economy in 2008. And I mean, 2008 was the death of the middle class.
Yeah.
Hands down. Like the middle class has shrunk more since 2008 than any time in the history since they've been basically created, which was actually created here in America. Most people don't realize that the term middle class was actually developed because like we raised so many people up out of poverty.
Well, I mean, because like pretty much everywhere else, though, you're either like a human being or you're a fucking filthy peasant, and there's not middle ground for that. Which
there's not a middle.
One of the things with that though is like that kind of I guess line of thinking, you know, that goes back for fucking ever. But like my 7th book that I'm working on now, I came up with the title of it after hearing something in a philosophy class where Socrates was saying that there are 4 things as far as humanity is concerned. You have people, and then you have women, barbarians, and slaves. And like to be like a person, you had to like, you know, be from the city. So you had to be from Athens. You had to be like a free man. And, you know, since you had to be a man to vote, like, or to be able to vote, you had to be a man. Like you couldn't be a woman. So I was like, wait, women, barbarians, and slaves. That's either a really cool book title or a really cool fucking heavy metal album, you know?
Slow heavy metal music playing.
Yeah.
But yeah, like, you know, the thing is like part of Trump's rise was like we started this thing in 2010 called quantitative easing. And it was basically where the Fed was going to print more dollars and buy up debt. So you're lowering one man's debt burden by inflating the economy and propping up asset prices to basically pay that debt lower. And while you bailed out the banks, but like one man's debt burden, like you're easing one man's debt burden, but you're increasing the cost of living on the lowest percent of the population. And that's like back to Jerome Powell and this whole Jackson Hole summit that happened last month, or last month in the end of August here, a couple of weeks ago. He said we're going to let inflation rise above 2%. People don't understand real. For instance, I went grocery shopping today, and I like to have some bagels in the morning. You know, I'll put a little salmon on it, you know, kind of like a lox.
It's good.
Oh, it's very good.
Dude, like there was a thing. Actually, remind me of salmon when you're done.
Okay.
Yeah.
So I go to get the fucking bagels. You know how much they were for 6 bagels?
No.
$4.48 for 6
bagels, like $2.
Exactly. Now there's another brand that was $2.99. I ended up going for the $2.99. But
Yeah.
just in the same bagels that I the Thomas bagels were $3.99 a month ago.
Hmm.
Because we literally printed $3 trillion in July. So when you print $3 trillion in July, that is literally more money since we fucking founded this country. From there and until 20 fucking 20, 3 trillion is more in July is more than we printed in our 240-year history, basically, or 244-year history or whatever.
Yeah, buy metals and guns.
Yeah. Well, buy metals, guns, and Bitcoin. We'll get to that.
I mean, they don't really depreciate because like fucking say for I don't whatever the money cost is, like imagine like what 50 years ago, like let's just say like random fucking rifle is 50 loaves of bread and or $5. You know, now it's $300 or 50 loaves of bread. Like the material cost is the fucking same.
Well, yeah, guns are up 25% right now.
Yeah.
Return on investment right now.
What I think's funny is like people, not so much recently, but in the past, like, what the fuck do you need guns for? Blah, 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 fucking whatever. And it's like, hey, shit hits the fan. Everyone gets scared. Everyone goes and buys a gun. Weird, right?
Yeah. And to add to that point, like you were telling me before, like right when the pandemic was hitting, you were like, if you buy 1,000 rounds, you can get it for like 25 cents a round.
Yeah.
Now you're like, forget about it. It's insane. And so
the problem with that kind of stuff is like you have to buy it before it's an issue.
Yep, exactly. And the other thing too is, so like you're seeing some parallels in the economy. So like, for instance, Warren Buffett, people were criticizing Warren Buffett and saying like he's, kind of lost his touch in that. It's because there's no value out there because the economy is they're just injecting $3 trillion right directly into basically the stock market and the banks. You're not getting, he's fearful because there's so much greed going on in the market because there's cheap capital just keeps pumping in it. That's why like Warren Buffett, like in the past has always said, like, I will never like buy into gold and things like that. He just buy bare gold. He just fucking went against his whole fucking principles for 30 fucking years saying, I'm buying gold now because he sees that this economy is a complete fugazi.
Yeah, no, and like to go back to that though, I guess back to Mexico is like I don't have enough money to buy gold because gold's fucking expensive. And if you do, you buy like this much of it. But Mexican silver is fucking cheap as fuck, right? Well, it was cheap as fuck a couple months ago. Fucking, I haven't looked recently, but like everyone's like, oh
it's
yeah,
one of the best values in the market.
Fucking money, but it's like, dude, silver's silver, man.
Yeah. Sorry, I got to go get some more bourbon myself.
Yeah.
So, but yeah, like Mexican silver is dirt cheap right now. And it's a great investment. I would be buying silver, I'd be buying gold, and I'd be buying Bitcoin. The reason why I like Bitcoin though is because Bitcoin is there's a finite amount. See, like right now, with the innovations that Mr. Bezos and Mr. Musk have made, we're literally 5 to 10 years away from mining gold and silver on asteroids. So, like, there's one asteroid in there that has like 17.5 trillion tons of silver and gold on it. Like, so, like, we don't know the actual finite amounts of gold and silver, but we know that there's only 21 million Bitcoin.
Yeah. So the thing about gold and silver, like this isn't so much about silver, but with gold, right? Granted, recently, and by recently, I mean like the last, fucking 5-10 decades, not 5-10 decades, 5-6 decades, we found a lot of practical fucking uses for silver and gold. Like they work great in your electronics. There's gold in your fucking phone. Like your computer. It's a great fucking conductor. However, before 50 years ago, the only reason gold was worth anything is because we decided that, you know, gold was fucking worth something. Like, we gave it some fucking value because practically gold's kind of fucking useless. Like, besides like wiring and shit, like you can't build a fucking machine out of it unless it's for fucking, you know, like aesthetic purposes. Like, it's not a strong metal. It's only good electronically, or it's good for pumping into the atmosphere so that you know, fight the reverses of greenhouse gases. And the only reason that people back in the day coveted gold so much is because the things that made us as a fucking slave race to mine it for them and needed it to put it in their atmosphere so that they wouldn't freeze to death.
You're talking about the Anunnaki. Well, you know what's crazy is like the huge takeaway about like when Bob Lazar was on Joe Rogan. And you know, like I've listened to Bob Lazar like countless times, like even back in the Art Bell days and that, like I said that like when I was a kid, like
Dude, yeah, I was there.
yeah, like I mean, we would stay up late at night listening to him on the radio,
like playing Halo, like really fucking low, listening to them talking about Area 51. And dude, that shit back then, like I would listen to it because it was like, dude, I need to know, but at the same time, it scared the fuck out of me.
No doubt. And here's this man. He's, you know, he just sits there and he's like, yeah, you know, I back engineered alien craft at Area 51. And people thought he was a crazy. But the one thing that he mentioned on Joe Rogan that I never heard him mention before is he said that one of the crafts they found in an archaeological dig.
Which makes sense.
Yeah. So like, it's like, how long have they been here? You know, how long, you know, is, you know, now the whole story about Nibiru, do I believe like all of Sitchin, like what Sitchin said? No, like do I believe that there's
like a little bit too much of it makes just a little bit too much sense.
no, totally. And you know, there's also the Nemesis. There's always that theory that they're like we're a twin star. Like there's a brown dwarf like close by called Nemesis.
Or that it's like on the other side of the sun, but we have a perfect orbit with it, so we can't see it.
Yeah. I've heard that as well. Yeah. So like you see like things like that, and it's just like, okay, like could a civilization that's like planet was dying, did they like come here and did they seed us or did they mine us? Like, or did they like seed like Homo sapien?
Yeah.
I mean, it very well could be, you know. You know, one of the things that also from Art Bell shows like Earth Files with like Linda Moulton Howe, like she interviewed supposedly a guy in the Defense Intelligence Agency, and he said that there's 3 competing alien civilizations here that have been mining here and like seeding like humanity for like 3 million years.
No, and like supposedly nowadays there's a 4-way Mexican standoff between us, Russia, not the Greys, but like so like the Greys are like actually supposed to be clones of Zeta Reticulans that race uses as like their military, and they can't, you know, humanoids because humanoids have a tendency to fucking rebel. But and then like the Palladians, and then like something happened in the 50s or 60s to where like it's not public information, but apparently we have some weapon to where if the aliens did invade, we'd be able to like hold them off for a good week. Like not like we wouldn't win, but we'd have some shit apparently to where it wouldn't be worth the fight.
Yeah.
But both us and Russia have it, so it's like us, Russia, the Palladians, and whoever's controlling the Greys all have fucking like shotguns pointed at each other, and it's like, all right, guys, what's up?
Yeah, that's kind of like what Tom DeLonge was going into, like with his like Secret Machines into the Stars Academy. Like he wrote a book called Secret Machines, and it's a fictional book, but he says it's based off of stuff that he can't technically source, so he like blurred it into fiction. I don't know. You know, and I don't like to like say like that's the end all be all. It's like far credibility, but fucking like our Pentagon this year, as crazy as 2020 is, they admitted that they have known about craft from off-world civilization,
and no one gave a shit.
No one gave a fuck.
No one gave a shit. Like, dude, there's aliens. We're looking at them.
No, yeah, like if you would have said that
on Twitter though.
Well, exactly. If you would have said that shit in 2012, this would have been the most landmark fucking shit in history.
Yeah.
Straight up. And it's so crazy that like our government is now kind of finally admitted to like having contact with, extraterrestrials, and you know like nobody's just like, everybody's like, oh, I need to wear a mask, I don't need to wear a mask. Like,
Well,
like that.
there are two things with that though that I do want to bring up. There's a lot of shit out there. I don't think that all of the sightings are actually aliens, because
Oh no.
if you look at UFO sightings in the 60s, 70s, and 80s, they talk about these like weird flat boomerang looking things flying through the air, and they're like, what the hell is that? That must be an alien. And then like immediately after Desert Storm, it's like, hey, we're going to declassify the stealth bombers. We destroyed Iraq with these things. And it's like, that looks a lot like what you guys were talking about with your UFO sightings. I think a lot of that is technology that we have that we just haven't made public. The other
hands up.
is the Roswell crash. I heard a theory that crash was actually do you know what the Nazi bell was?
Yeah, the Bell Project. It was the SS secret project in Czechoslovakia.
Yeah, so like after World War II, there was pretty much a Fourth Reich in South America.
Yep.
There's a thing to where, or one of the theories was that the crash at Roswell wasn't aliens, it was Nazis. And that was in 1947. They're like, hey, oh, dude, if we tell people the Nazis are still around, they're going to flip shit.
Yeah, they thought that was more of a scare than actually saying aliens.
Yeah. Yeah. So no, I think a lot of it is like technology that we are completely capable of, but we can't, or just haven't told people about it. Like fucking, I wouldn't be surprised if, like, those Navy videos we were talking about where the fighter pilots sell the shit. I wouldn't be surprised. Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if, like, in 5 years they declassify, like, say, the Aurora spy plane, and they're like, "Oh yeah, that was actually just the Aurora spy plane."
I got a story about that actually.
What's up?
So Wright Pat is in Dayton, right?
Yeah, that's where Area 18 is. That's the actual Area 51. Like Area 51 is mostly test flights and shit. Wright-Patterson Air Force Base in Ohio. That's probably where, if there are aliens, that's probably where it's at.
Yeah. So, I was probably in middle school, like somewhere between 12 and 14. I forget the exact, but I remember my German Shepherd was still alive.
Omar.
And yeah, Omar. So I was out playing with Omar the one day, and him and me were running. I was like getting him to like run around, and he was like blasting, up and down and like stretching his legs. He got a little tired. And so like what he used to do is he used to lay down and he'd let me put my head back on him, while he was just getting some rest. So I'm sitting there and I'm petting him and I'm looking up in the sky. All of a sudden I see this fucking like black plane looking like thing, and it goes and like the chemtrail was nothing I've ever seen. It looked like if you were blowing O-rings in a cigar. It was like,
yeah, just like puff, 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 puff.
And I was like, what the fuck did I just see? And like, at the time, like when I initially saw it, I'm like, did I just see a fucking like alien craft or UFO? Yeah. So, me, I start going on fucking Google and like searching around on the internet.
Like on out. Like you're trying to Google it, but your computer's like,
Yep, exactly. So, I go in and I fucking find out it was the Aurora. Like, this is supposedly like what they thought was the Aurora spy plane. So, like the Aurora spy plane, why it's so fast is there's like a mini nuclear reactor engine, and it blows out. The emission blows out like a cigar O-ring, with it, and like. Definitely wasn't like alien craft or anything, but like I saw like what supposedly is the Aurora spy plane, and it makes sense because the way it was flying out of Dayton, so like it went past my head from the southwest to the northeast. But it was crazy.
I think a lot of that is just shit the general public doesn't know about, and like we don't have a better explanation for it, so our minds just jump to aliens.
Oh yeah. I totally agree. I mean, do I believe that aliens were here and things like that? I mean, like,
Strong
talk
maybe.
about, oh yeah. I mean, talk about now. You can't tell me like Nazca, like the Nazca, like, glyphs in the sand in Peru. That whole Travis Walton story. I mean, there's multiple witnesses that. Have you ever heard about that?
No, no,
Have
no.
you? So Travis Walton, he was a lumberjack in northern Arizona.
Oh, are we talking about Fire in the Sky?
Fire in the Sky, yeah.
Yeah,
And like,
yeah. Tell us
and
about it anyway. It's a good
so
story.
yeah, and like, there's multiple witnesses that saw this. So him and like a crew of like, it was either like 4 or 5 guys. He was with 3 or 4 other guys. They're chopping wood down in like northern Arizona, and like a craft comes down. They go and see it. Travis like reached out to touch it and like gets
It's like,
burned. Yeah,
yeah,
he got zapped, and like then all of a sudden the craft floats up, yanks him out in front of the other witnesses. Like, all the guys saw this,
yeah.
and then yanked it, and like they took off with them, and like they went to the sheriffs and like tried to explain it to the sheriff, and the sheriff thought like that these guys might have like killed him, like,
Buried him in the woods.
yeah, and like they're just like saying this like crazy story, and he was gone for like 4 days.
Yeah,
He
like
said that,
they already put these guys in front of a grand jury before like that guy showed up.
yeah, exactly, like they thought that these 4 other guys like killed this guy.
Yeah,
So he ends up showing back up randomly, and it was crazy because he said that like it was 4 days on Earth that he was gone,
yeah,
and he said that it only felt like a couple hours on this craft, like time just got parallel. And he said that he was in this room, and there was like some alien beings working on him, and he said that they could see like other humans and like type things, that they were like organs and things like that they were like keeping, maybe from like cow mutilations or what have you. But he said that he was like in like basically a part of this craft where they like fixed him from his injuries, and then like once they repaired him, they sent him back down to the earth.
yeah.
And it's just so crazy because there's multiple witnesses of it, and it's one
I
of
like
the most.
involved because like there was like they went to go like through the woods to like try to find the body. Like they're like, you guys were hunting up here. They like dug up the fucking place where he got fucking lost at because they're like, well, they buried him around here, so we're gonna go look for it. Like,
Yeah.
and they put all those guys not on trial, but put them in front of a grand jury. Like, hey, are we gonna try these guys? Yes. And like they would
Mm-hmm.
have been fucking toast if that guy didn't come back. And
Oh
like, no,
yeah, hands down.
wasn't them. I was somewhere else.
Yeah. And that, and so that Rendlesham, the Bob Lazar story, and Rendlesham Forest were like the 3 ones that were like, dude, there's something here. Have you heard about Rendlesham Forest?
Maybe
RAF.
like
It's
with
RA. So it was technically it was a joint Air Force and RAF base. It was RAF Bentwaters in Rendlesham Forest, England. There was like a supposedly a craft that came down. John Burroughs, he was an Air Force man. He went out and like he was part of like the search team because like they saw these like crazy lights, and they didn't know if it was like just some pranksters that like broke into the base or whatever. So they like went and investigated it, and they saw the craft. Burrow, kind of similar to Travis Walton, like touched the craft. He got hurt, and that the man still to this day. This happened in 1979. Like it was like New Year's Eve, 79 into 80.
yeah,
Rendlesham Forest, RF Bentwaters base. So like this was like one of the top secret bases that we had joint with the British. Actually, they kept nukes there.
yeah,
Like the British, like we gave them British nukes, they put them there. Like our personnel was there, so they basically were like, okay, um, so yeah, John Burroughs got like burnt, and like he touched his craft, got hurt. To this day, it's 2020. He still can't get his medical records from the VA.
No, that's shitty.
And the VA, and they were caught forging his DD-214.
Yeah, that's fucked up. One of the things with that though is like I'm not saying that secret bases don't exist, because secret bases they are there. Like Area 51, like was Obama was the guy that said, hey, Area 51 is an actual thing, put it on paperwork, you know. However, there's a lot of shit that happens on just like regular bases that people there don't know what's up. Like I've had a couple buddies that were like military police, you know, gate guard guys, and there'd be, you know, just some like unmarked truck that showed up, and they're like, hey, let me see your fucking ID. And like, you don't need to see my ID, fucking call this fucking phone number. And you know, they'd call like the next guy up in their fucking chain of command, and then the captain would be like, yeah, let him through. And it's like, I'm pretty sure I need to inspect this vehicle, sir. And they're like, no, you don't. Let him through. And then,
Yeah.
And like it's then it happened at bases like that. It happened in Pendleton, 29 Palms, Miramar. Like there's no room for secret shit, but it's like, what's going on? I mean, like, I'm not saying there's not space for it. Like it's got to be somewhere. Like, and I have a good idea in my head where that shit might be, but that's only because, you know, I've been there, been around those fucking bases and shit. But it's like most of the
like,
yeah, most of the top secret shit is like in a fucking room smaller than my fucking basement. That's like within a fucking steel cage. But like there shouldn't be fucking truckloads of shit coming in that no one on base has any idea where the fuck it is, besides a couple of gate guards going, hey, so I just let some fucking like weird shit in. I don't know if that's a fucking terrorist or not, but I mean, my captain told me to let him come in, and it would happen. Would happen regularly.
Oh yeah, I mean, look at Wright Pat. You know, Wright Pat is probably the most well-known Air Force base in the country, and that's supposedly Hangar 18. You know, they have that, like they have like a whole secret division within that base that's supposedly holding very top secret stuff.
Yeah. No, I think it's funny though, because like all that shit's like super compartmentalized, right? So people are like,
Yeah.
oh, you're in the military, you know, right? It's like, dude, I don't know when I'm getting let go today to go to fucking lunch.
Yeah.
No, I don't know if we have fucking aliens here. Fucking, I just found out about a new gun that's kind of cool.
Yeah. Well,
like,
did you hear about like that whole article? You know, you've heard about the obviously controversy with like Trump and Bob Woodward, where he like told Bob Woodward in February like the coronavirus is actually very serious, but he wanted to keep downplaying it in public. One of the things he did say to Bob Woodward, not related to coronavirus, was he was like, we have a new secret nuclear weapon that no one wants to fuck with us with. And Bob Woodward actually ended up following up with some people in the Pentagon. And they were like, we're not going to confirm or deny it, but yeah, whatever Trump said. And so like, basically they weren't going to go into any further comment about it, but yeah, we got this. And then we also have that thing I showed you a couple months back from the Air Force, the rods of God. Basically they're fucking bombs without
it's pretty much like almost like a rail gun shot from a fucking either ship or a fucking satellite, where
in outer space,
rod of metal, but the impact it makes has the same yield as a nuclear weapon. However, you don't get the radiation involved. So it's not a war crime.
Yeah. Basically. So yeah, basically. So that's so yeah, we have like that, and who knows, Trump could be talking about the rods of God. But yeah, just to know that we got one of those, we can just drop from space, like, and maybe that's why Space Force was created. So well, like,
I mean, the Space Force makes a lot of sense to me. And hear me out on this. So originally the Air Force was a part of the Army until we got to the point where it's like, no, we actually need to make a different branch for this because it's a big enough fucking deal. And, you know, after all the fucking, like what the fucking space race with the fucking Soviets, and then like the mini space race with like India and fucking China, and like the fact that like, if World War III were to pop off, right, the first thing that would happen wouldn't be an invasion. It wouldn't even be nukes. The first thing that would happen is we'd shoot down each other's satellites. Right. Yeah. So you need a separate branch to take care of that kind of shit because it's a different operating environment. Like there's a, like it's blurred now, and like people have fucked it up. But originally there was a good reason why we had an Army and a Marine Corps, two different fucking missions, two different areas of operation. You know, fucking. There's a reason. There's a difference between the Navy and the Air Force, different spheres of operation. It's only natural progression that like we'll have a Space Force.
Oh yeah, I totally agree. I'm not anti Space Force at all. Yeah. I think it's needed. I think I honestly think it's bringing. I think we've actually had a Space Force covertly.
Well, I mean,
the years
running it for up until however the fuck long ago. Because I don't think the Space Force is its own department. It's a department. It's in the Department of the Air Force, isn't it?
I think it's its own separate department now. It's in the Department of Defense. I'm pretty sure their first mission though was just announced. They're in the Middle East doing stuff.
All right.
So yeah, I don't know, but because Navy Federal Credit Union, they've now advertised like if you are in the Space Force, you can get access because they serve the Army, Navy, Marines,
Dude,
Department of Defense, civilians.
Relationship with Navy Fed because like I go like they're my bank so like me and Mallory have a bank account and then she has her own and then I have my own and they're all at 3 different banks. But I love,
which is what you should do. Is what you should do.
Yeah, and I love and hate Navy Fed at the same time because they're great to fucking bank with. However, they will give you absolutely the fuck anything you want as far as credit or a loan is concerned. They're like, oh, you can't pay this back? Fuck it. We'll give it to you anyway. And then, like, up front, you think, hey, this is a good deal. But then afterwards, you're like, oh, fuck, I can't pay these guys back. Which I've had this in, like, a while. But, like, I've had them since I was fucking, like, dumbass 19-year-old. And I've more than once done something stupid. And it's like, oh, I'm going to go buy this fucking truck. I can't pay for this. I'm going to go sell plasma so the fucking truck doesn't, or so the bank doesn't fucking take it back.
Yeah, I heard they're like they'll lend out anything. Basically.
Oh yeah, no, they're great for that, but like you have to be responsible on your end when you're with those guys because they will give you anything the fuck you want, regardless of if you can pay them back or not. Now, granted, on the ass end, when you can't pay them back, they're gonna want their fucking money, but
or they're gonna repossess your shit.
Yeah. I haven't gone that far with it, but I have had to have that conversation with myself where I was like, all right, dude, I'm not smoking or drinking or buying food for like 2 months because
I need to build up some reserves.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's but they're like highly rated, them and USAA are like highly rated. But they serve that military niche, and they know you're going to have a paycheck coming. You work for the military.
I will say that they have been really good. Granted, not a recent thing, but I was in the Marine Corps for a fucking hot minute, and there was a couple times where the government shut down and the military didn't get paid for like 2 fucking months. And Navy Fed was like, "Hey, we'll give you the money they were supposed to give you, and then like when you actually get your paycheck, we'll just keep that. So like, 0 interest, 0 fucking whatever. Like we'll front you the money, and then." When you actually get your paycheck, we'll just keep that and
Okay. Well, I mean, that's good to hear, like that happened because, like, I mean, and like at least now it sounds like that Pelosi and Mnuchin have a deal together, to like avoid the shutdown. But like we might be heading for another shutdown in December, and people don't even like that's kind of been laying low on the news.
Well, the other thing too is like the whole thing with the fucking what the fuck is going on right now? Like COVID's kind of like a fucking like red herring for this. Like they're trying to build a thing where like you have a digital wallet that's ran by the government through the fucking post office, and they're trying to pass that in Congress right now, and no one's talking about it because we're too busy worried about masks. And it's like, hey, the government's doing some fucking fucked up shit right now.
I got news. So like the whole French conspiracy, the war on cash, that is actually a real thing. Like there is a war on cash. And a matter of fact, like the digital wallets. So another thing to add to all that is the Federal Reserve is literally working on a digital dollar.
Yeah.
Like, and that's going to be tied into these digital wallets. And so, like the whole universal basic income, I think it's greatly needed. Like Andrew Yang wasn't off on that.
Well, the reason I liked Andrew Yang is him and Tulsi Gabbard were the only people running whose entire platform was an orange man bad.
Yeah.
Like
No,
that,
exactly.
that and like Andrew Yang was legitimately concerned about Skynet.
Yes.
Yeah.
No, 100%. Like those guys were so forward thinking, like in their rationale, and like Tulsi, like she served in the military, she went to war.
She's still in. She's still in.
Yeah, she's still in. Exactly, because she had to suspend her campaign to actually go do a mission.
Yeah.
So yeah, like they have those so yeah, they have, and like Tulsi is like, why are we spending $4 billion a month in Iraq and Afghanistan? We could be funding, like, if you want Medicare for all, quit funding this war machine and you can have it. Things like that. But so yeah, they're working on a digital dollar, the Federal Reserve, and it's going to be tied into these digital wallets through the post office. And if they would initiate a universal basic income, they now have the infrastructure. The problem is, though, with that is anytime the government gives, they taketh away. Your
Yep.
freedom is going to be taken away. Look, I already told you with like what I do with my job. The government is getting reports from the banks every month on suspicious activity. You don't think for a minute that the digital dollar slash with like a digital wallet from the post office isn't going to be tracked?
Like completely fucking surveilled.
Yeah, they're going to track that more than like your cell phones. It's a very dangerous road, and this is why I'm pro bullish Bitcoin, because Bitcoin has a chance. It has a chance. There's very fundamental flaws, and if you want to ask me about those, I'll definitely go into those as well about Bitcoin. But Bitcoin has the chance of actually surpassing the dollar as the world reserve currency because it's private. I mean, you like the transactions can be traced, but it's very hard. But it's private, and there's only 21 million. So there's only 21 million Bitcoin. But like, how like we have dollars and then we have cents?
Yeah.
There's Bitcoin and then there's Satoshis. Once you start pricing the world in Satoshis, your whole view of Bitcoin will change, because that's basically like the dollars. Like Bitcoin's like the gold bars you would have.
Yeah.
Where like Satoshis equal those dollars. So like if you start pricing things in Satoshis, Bitcoin now completely changes the course.
Actually,
the problem.
Hey, real quick. I'm gonna go pee real quick. Fucking, I can still hear you. Keep going.
Okay.
Yeah.
So once you start pricing the world like the world in Satoshis, the whole thing changes. And so like Bitcoin has a chance of becoming the world reserve currency. The reason why like the dollar hasn't been surpassed right now is because you don't really have a replacement. China right now has fundamental problems. They have a lot of debt that they're hiding off the world market, and what they call a shadow banking sector. That's going to raise huge issues for the yuan to be, the world reserve currency. And if like they tried to develop a petro yuan system, we now have the like downfall of big oil. The Saudis have now flooded the market with so much cheap oil in a oil war and commodity war with Russia that now we're in a system where technically, our dollar is not really backed by oil at this point. Netflix is now worth more than Exxon Mobil, which is a crazy thing. So having said that, we don't really have a replacement for the dollar. That's why the Federal Reserve is still able to print trillions of dollars and get away with it. Because what's going to replace the dollar? You know what I mean?
Well, yeah, the only thing that could really replace it is if like we went back to like actually trading in like gold, silver, copper fucking coins.
Yeah.
Like not money, but like actual value.
Yeah, and exactly. So the like I said, there's problems with the yuan. Honestly, these next 10 years are going to be a make or break for the euro. The euro dollar,
And
I
I'd
think
be
is going
interested
to be.
to see where the euro goes after the whole fucking like Brexit thing, and like we're gonna keep the pound.
Yeah, well, the thing is with the British is they've always kept the pound. Like even when they were in the EU, they've
Yeah,
always
no,
kept the
but like
pound.
with them leaving though, that's gonna have an effect on it.
Oh, for sure. Because basically that's how London replaced Switzerland as like the global money laundering hub.
Well, then the
Um,
Nazis didn't keep money in fucking England.
yeah, true. And England stole 45 trillion from India, so that's another story. But um, you know, the thing is right now is like it's king dollar, even though like the petrodollar system has collapsed at this point.
Yeah.
Secretly, like people don't want to talk about it, but like I said, Netflix is now worth more than ExxonMobil. We now have oil. We had oil in June trading in negative dollars, where it was costing people to hold oil in containers and in Cushing, Oklahoma.
Yeah. So two things real quick. We're about at the 2 hour mark. I know I was saying hard out at 2 hours, but like I'm okay to keep going if you're okay to keep going.
I can keep going if you'd like.
All right, sweet. So I'm down to keep going. Because fucking we're on a fucking hot topic now. So we're talking about the fucking petrodollar, right?
Yeah.
And I have a few things to fucking say about this, and this is gonna go off on a little bit of a fucking tangent, right? Okay, so we're gonna talk about the war in Iraq, right? Now, there's a lot of fucking reasons that we should or should not have gone to war in Iraq. Now, most of the actual valid reasons go around the fucking petrodollar. But to get this out of the way, just before we go into this, hey, we have to go to Iraq because they have weapons of mass destruction. Oh, they don't have weapons of mass destruction. George Bush is full of bullshit. Hey, I have a question real quick. If Iraq doesn't have weapons of mass destruction, what were they gassing the fucking Kurds with?
Yeah.
Real quick. What were they? What were they using? Chemical warfare.
Yeah.
What is that? That's
Sarin
not a
gas.
Okay, all right. Oh, I'm sorry. You didn't mean that they didn't have weapons of mass destruction. You meant they didn't have not nuclear, nuclear. They didn't have nuclear weapons. It's like, okay, first off, the reason they don't have nuclear weapons is because in what was it, 2000 or was it 1999 when Israel fucking said fuck it and bombed the fuck out of Iraq, destroying all their fucking heavy water facilities.
Yep. Mm-hmm.
Okay, so I think they didn't have WMDs is kind of a bullshit fucking cop out. However, that's not the reason we went to Iraq. The reason we went to Iraq is to backpedal a little bit. What is it? China, Venezuela, and Iran are the only three countries on the planet that don't trade oil exclusively in dollars. And look at how we treat them. Like the problem in Venezuela right now with like how socialism's failed and they're all starving to death. That's our fault. We did that to them because they decided they wanted to sell their oil not in dollars. We have in Iran is like in their version of the Great Depression right now. That's not their fault. That's our fault because they decided they didn't want to sell oil in dollars. We can't really do that to China. Saddam Hussein was like, hey, I'm going to sell fucking oil in fucking euros because that works better. We fucking killed him on TV. Like, they're like, well, that was leaked footage. End of the day, dictator hung on CNN. Guess what? Fucking Libya? The reason Libya went down? Hey, we're going to start selling fucking oil and gold. And then somebody fucked fucking Muammar Gaddafi in the ass with a stick on CNN, which leads back to him wanting to sell oil not in fucking dollars. Now, this goes back to a fucking thing we had with the fucking Saudis, which our whole fucking thing with them is if you sell oil only in dollars, we won't let Israel destroy you because Israel wants to fucking destroy fucking Saudi Arabia. And our whole relationship with them is like, we're making money, leave them the fuck alone. However, if we didn't go to war in Iraq, if we did not destroy Iraq, we can say what we want about the fucking war, all the fuck we want, because it was a giant fucking clusterfuck. There's no fucking arguing that. However, if we didn't do that, America will be a third world country right now. Gasoline would be fucking $30 a fucking gallon, and maybe not 30, but more like at least 15. And that would fuck our economy in the ass.
And it would have bolstered Europe as an actual legitimate contender to replace the dollar. And now look, will the euro make it to 2030? I'm betting not. I'm telling you, because there's so many fundamental flaws. There's a crisis in the Italian banking system. One of the largest banks, Deutsche Bank, is filled with corruption and on the verge of collapse. So hold on. Can I take a pee real quick then and come back? I actually want to talk about a little bit about like Syria.
You're on the phone. Take me with you.
Okay.
but while you're doing that, the other thing that has to go into that is like the whole thing about like, oh, well, I mean, everybody that's going to, fight in Iraq or Afghanistan or whatever, they're just like brainwashed by the state to, go be fucking, puppets for fucking whoever. But at the end of the day, if the government decides they're going to go to fucking war with somebody, they're going to fucking go to war with somebody. And the reason that you weren't drafted to go fight in this fucking war is because enough people like me said, fuck it, I'll go fucking shoot them. So you're welcome for my service.
Yeah, exactly. So I mean, that was one of the big things. The reason, like, people don't realize one of the reasons why like Russia got involved to help Trump was because Hillary Clinton fucked with them as Secretary of State.
Hillary Clinton wanted to start a ground war with the Russians. Do you have any idea how fucking stupid that is? Like,
well, she actually
we would win, but Washington D.C. would have been nuked.
Yeah. Well, it wasn't so much the ground war there. With that, it was more of what she had actually planned to do in the Middle East. So, what had actually happened is right now. Basically what her grand vision, and she developed this under as Secretary of State under Obama. So this was even well established before she even ran in 2016, but she wanted to see it through when she became president. And so Russia was like, okay, we know that Trump won't try to pull this Machiavellian move to screw us. That was more of the reason why the Russians helped Trump more than anything. I know that he has ties to Russia and he got financing from Russia and like Felix Sater.
But fucking links and ties pale in comparison to I'm trying to fucking do something over here. Leave me the fuck alone.
Yeah, exactly. So like a lot of people don't realize this. Hillary Clinton devised a scam. So the country of Qatar. You might have been to Doha before. I know I've
been in that area, but I haven't been there.
Okay, so Qatar is one of the wealthiest countries on the planet, hands down. One of the highest standards of living in the world. The reason why is they have oil wealth. Not so much oil wealth though. It is more as they actually have some of the largest natural gas reserves in the entire world.
Yes. And where was that natural gas supposed to go?
It's supposed to go to Europe. So
and what would happen if that natural gas went to Europe?
Russia would starve to death.
And where would that pipeline go between Qatar and Europe?
It was initially, so the whole plan from the United States State Department under Hillary Clinton, Qatar, and Saudi Arabia initially, they all had an agreement that they would build pipelines from Qatar through Saudi Arabia up through Syria and to Turkey. Remember a couple years ago, Turkey was actually like vouching to get into the EU. Like they were pushing hard for it. Pretty much before Erdogan.
Yeah.
Erdogan, he came to power and he basically became nuts. Yeah, he is a little nuts. So Turkey was supposed to join the EU. So basically they were going to make Turkey an EU and they were going to build these pipelines from Istanbul all the way down to Doha through Syria through yeah. That's the key point. So Syria. So they go to Syria and they're like, hey, we're going to build these pipelines. Hillary Clinton tried to negotiate a deal with the state. We'll give you all this aid, yada, yada, yada. Well, al-Assad, he
Which, by
was,
the way, Al Assad has been an evil, brutal dictator since the fucking 70s, and we did not have a problem with him what the fuck soever until like 2014,
yeah.
and then all of
and
a
his
sudden he's a bad guy.
and his dad before that. His dad was even more brutal than he was. You know,
Is
yeah. So, or yeah, he's still in power. So basically, we were like, Al Assad, we want to build these pipelines. So then basically, Al Assad was like, no, Russia's my biggest ally. And people don't realize this outside of the former Soviet Union, the Russian Navy only maintains one base out of the former Soviet Union, and that
and
is
where's
that's in Tartus,
Syria?
Syria. Yeah,
Syria.
it's on the coast of Syria. So Al Assad was like, "Look, I'm not going to stab Russia. We've gone back 50 years.
Yeah, there are
We have,
bros. We're gonna fucking
yeah."
fuck these guys, and then
So
all of a sudden
then,
there are bad guys, dude. One of the biggest punk out like fuck you moves that I've seen politically was when we found out that fucking Syria had chemical weapons. And then Obama's like, well, I guess we have to invade Syria now to get rid of this. And then like Russia's like, no, we'll take those weapons from them and we'll take care of them so that, you know, it's not an issue. So you can't argue about this anymore. And then like, I think Putin made Obama look like a fucking bitch right there. Because you can say what you want about Putin. Like that dude is a straight up James Bond villain. However,
oh yeah,
he's not to be fucked with.
oh no, Putin is probably the best chess player in the whole geopolitical field.
Yeah.
You know, people don't realize about him. Like his story is incredible. Former KGB agent. There's a picture of Reagan. There's legitimately a picture of Reagan in fucking East Berlin, and right behind it, and it's Putin posing with him as a tourist.
Yeah.
And he's spying on Reagan being there. So Soviet Union collapses. He becomes mayor of St. Petersburg, Russia. There's a huge mafia war in the Russian mafia in 98. He comes in and he consolidates all this power in the streets in 98. Gets all the Russian mafia in line with him. And then becomes two years after this huge mob war, he's the one that becomes the most powerful person in the underground of the in Russia.
Well,
With
which
all
point out though that the way the politics in Russia works is like it's not mostly Congress and corporations, it's Parliament and the mob.
yeah, exactly. And then you had your breakaway oligarchs. So Putin, first of all, he consolidates. There was all these various mafia factions in Russia after the Soviet Union. Like they would control towns and things. And St. Petersburg being one of the big cities, second biggest city behind Moscow. There's all these different factions, and there's St. Petersburg was going to war with Moscow and all this. Putin was the one that he made this huge power move and got all of them in line after the damage. After all the damage, he consolidated all that power. So he had the Russian mafia. They actually were the ones that actually influenced the vote to get him elected behind Boris Yeltsin.
Dude, and it's kind of genius what he's doing too, because he's like president for a few years, then he's like the prime minister, and then he's like the president again, then he's like the prime minister, and then he's like the secretary of state for like 6 months, and then he's like the president again.
Yep, exactly. So he then consolidates all this power, and then he actually had the Russian mafia intimidate people to vote for him in '99. So then he comes into power, and first thing he does is he goes to all the oligarchs. The Russian oligarchs that created billions of dollars of fortunes, like your Roman Abramovs, your who else? Sergei Khodorkovsky. So basically, he goes to all these guys. Poltinkin. Who's the other guy? He was tied with Manafort. I can't think of his name now. But all these Russian oligarchs, he goes to them and he has them all invited to the Kremlin. So then he goes, okay, you guys need to respect my rule. I'm not going to let you continue to steal from the country. We need to find grounds. They basically, a lot of the oligarchs got in line and said, okay, you know what? I don't want no problems. I'll play ball with you, what have you.
Well, no, because like Putin was also in the position where it's like, hey, we can play ball, or I can shoot you.
Yeah, exactly.
And
Well,
there's a good middle ground here. Like, you keep your stuff, you stop fucking us, and then you don't get shot. It's win-win, right?
Well, and the reason why Putin's beloved and by the Russian people is like there was a faction of oligarchs that kind of scoffed at him, and one of those was Khodorkovsky, and so then all of a sudden Russia went in and basically took over Yukos and sent him to the Gulag, and now he lives in New York City. He finally got out of the Gulag, and they sent him back to America. But the guy was worth like $12 billion, and I mean, I don't cry for him. I mean, he's still set up with several millions of dollars that are gonna. He's fine for the rest of his life. He's not gonna have to worry about whether he can keep the fucking lights on at night. But basically, Putin took. He was worth like $12.2 billion. He basically took the $12 billion and said, "Here's the point two, and I'm taking your companies, and you're lucky you didn't die."
Yeah.
So now to all the other oligarchs, he was like, do you want to play ball?
Because like whenever you do that kind of thing, though, it's really hard to get away with just saying it without making an example out of somebody first. Because you can say what you want, and a lot of people are like, okay, who the fuck's this guy? But you fuck someone in the ass in front of everybody else, and they're like, I like my poops not being pancakes. Let's sure, bro, guy, you got it. Duh.
And that's why you see a lot of the Russian oligarchs. That's why a lot of them, after Putin took over, they all fled to Russia, or London. Like the Roman Abramovich and that. Like they ended up going to the UK, and they called it Moscow on the River Thames for a while, because all this influx of Russian money was coming into London because they were all scared of Putin, afterwards.
Which rightfully so, because like I wouldn't want to fuck with that guy.
No, he was basically, like you said, he was basically before, like in the Soviet Union, he was the equivalent of Russia's James Bond.
Yeah.
Like in real life.
Yeah.
And then what?
The guy made it to like colonel in the fucking not even
KGB.
He was in GRU, wasn't he? Which is like
he was in the KGB.
No, but like GRU is like the KGB's Navy SEALs.
Yeah, he was in the GRU. Yeah, so like that's the thing. Like he's a very tactful. He's probably the most genius politician on the world.
Yeah,
stage.
Which it's unfortunate that it's in Russia, which is like our fucking primary nemesis. Because like we can talk about China. I'm sorry, we can talk about China all what the fuck we want, but at the end of the day, the Russians are still the bad guys. I mean, not bad guys, but like them.
Yeah.
Like the us versus them, it's us versus them. Like on the world stage, us in United States and Russia, which it just so happens that us is US, but and China's like third player that's like trying to come in, but like I would be really surprised if China doesn't fucking collapse in the next 20 years. But
no, very well. There's basically China is basically like a mini continent.
Yeah.
It's kind of like India. India is like a mini Europe. There's like 9 different like cultures. It's same thing in China. There's like 9 different cultures in China.
Well, also historically, China is like 10 different fucking countries. And if you look at what they do throughout history, they come together, they fall apart. They come together, they fall apart. They came together about 100 years ago. It's almost time for them to fucking fall apart again. And they're going to be 10 different countries for 100 years. And then they'll be China again. And they'll go back to nothing, whatever after that.
Yeah. And, so this is why this is my case for Bitcoin. Going back into the economic thing, because at the end of the day, our dollar is worth nothing. It is complete shit.
Yeah,
but the problem,
you can get silver or gold back.
yeah, and we can't go back to the gold or silver standard now. And when
As much as we want to, but it'd be too painful to deal with it.
Oh yeah. And like with Nixon, so like Nixon in 71, when he got us off the gold standard, it was all because de Gaulle was like, I want our FX reserves paid back in gold because he saw the deficits we were running up in Vietnam.
Yeah, but also on the same time, like fuck de Gaulle. Like we won both those wars for you. You can go fuck yourself.
Yeah.
Also, for people that not listening, Charles de Gaulle was the guy in charge of France from like before World War II until like what, the fucking 70s?
Yeah, basically when the French Fifth Republic came into place in 58, he was like the big like forerunner of all that. He because they got in that war with Algeria and to the south, and like it was a whole mess, and basically the French government collapsed, and he was like basically the hero that like put France back apart after that mess in 58. But yeah, he's basically like the George Washington of France, I would say.
George Washington, like they've had a few. It's kind of funny because if you look
Voltaire,
at it, if you look at it punch for punch, France is the most militarily successful country in the history of humankind. They're also the most cultured people in the history of mankind. They're also the smartest people in the history of mankind. They just had like a really shitty last 150 years.
Yeah. I mean, even in World War One, I mean, General Joffre, like he was a beast. Complete beast. Like that guy, he's one of the most decorated war heroes of all time. And because he was not phased by at all. Like I said, first 10 to 18 days or whatever, and France was 76,000 people. Joffrey comes in and he turns it around for them.
Yeah. They had a really shitty 1900s, but before that, like everyone likes to say that like France is a fucking joke, right?
Yeah.
No one was saying France was a joke when Napoleon fucking showed up.
No.
Even though technically he was Italian, but like that part of Italy was France back then. But
yeah. And when people don't realize this, when Germany invaded France in 41, or in 40 and 41 there, France had the largest military in the world.
Yeah. Fun fact about that though, like everyone likes to like, oh, France, they just gave up, fucking 2 weeks into the fucking war. But that was a strategic thing because think about it like this. The Nazis are coming in, they're fucking up your shit. You got two options. You can surrender and they don't kill everybody. Or you can not surrender and keep the war going and they're gonna fucking kill everybody. And like this isn't some like metaphorical shit where like, oh yeah, they're gonna come in and like be our overlords or whatever. It's like no, we're talking about the Nazis. They're going to kill every fucking buddy. So if we surrender, it's gonna suck, but we're not gonna get shot in the back of the head.
Yeah. And look what in context too, the French saw what they did in Poland. I mean, they fought like Warsaw was such a historical city, and all the architecture. They wiped out the whole fucking architecture of Warsaw, Poland. Warsaw is one of the great historical cities in the world.
Yeah,
and like to this day, Warsaw looks like a fucking modern city here in America because all that
fucking destroyed,
annihilated by the Blitzkrieg.
Yeah, and like that's not metaphorical. Like actually fucking annihilated.
Yeah, like pavement. They basically paved Poland into a giant parking lot. So yeah, I mean, I don't begrudge France. The thing
I'm
is
fun of them either way because it's an easy target. And, like,
yeah,
I'm an American and I can do whatever the fuck I want because you can argue against this on technicalities, but like we won both those fucking wars. I don't mean the Allies.
Hands down.
We won both those fucking wars.
Hands down.
Like in World War I, fucking stalemate, fucking trench warfare. Nobody's fucking doing anything. And then the Germans put Vladimir Lenin back in Russia. Russia fucking collapses, falls into fucking civil war. Germany takes all those fucking troops that were in Russia, puts them in
Hindenburg's.
Do the fucking spring offensive. They take like a quarter of fucking France in like a fucking week. And then we show up, stop them, push them back to where the lines were a couple months before. And then Germany's like, fuck it, we're fucking done. And then in World War II, fucking, granted, we were fighting the Japanese at the same time, but a lot of people don't like to like admit this. They're like, oh yeah, no, Russia won World War II. It's like, okay, Russia did get to Berlin first. Russia fucked up Germany on the fucking Eastern Front. And the most brutal war in the history of mankind took place in Eastern Europe between the Germans and the fucking Russians. However, the Russians didn't actually start taking land back until we fucking landed in fucking Italy and then fucking Normandy, where the Germans were like, fuck, we have to fucking divide our fucking troops. Like, they were doing full force with Russia, and it was like, nobody was moving too much. It was like, hey, we're going to bounce back and forth 30 fucking miles over the course of this fucking year. And it's gonna be fucking brutal and fucking evil, and just like, and not even evil like, you know, demonic, just evil as in like the worst kind of shit that human beings can fucking do. And then we kick the fucking Italians and the fucking Nazis out of Africa and hump up into fucking Italy, and they're like, shit, we got to take guys away from fighting the Russians, put them in Italy. We're landing in France. We got to take guys away from fucking fighting the Russians and put them in fucking France. We won that war.
People don't realize this either. In World War I, the Germans were literally 18 miles from Paris. They could see the skyline of Paris.
Dude, they were hitting Paris with artillery.
Yeah.
And
so then we come in and you know, save the day.
Yeah.
But yeah.
Which I also do have to bring up. I think it's hilarious because we're talking about we doing that. That was like what, fucking 70 years before we were fucking born. But no, it was us. Like, we were there, right? Us.
Yeah. Exactly.
We weren't fucking there.
No, but like that whole World War anybody that fought in World War I or World War II, mad respect, because like some of those battles, like I said, like my great grandfather was in Galicia, and like the fact that 258,000 fucking Hungarians died and he lived, like, whole reason why I'm fucking here today. Like, you know, if he wouldn't have survived that, like, basically human meat grinder of a battle, I wouldn't be here. And it's just, it's incredible. Like the amount of death and all that in those two wars. And like, it's just like they thought it was Armageddon in World War I.
Also goes into those two wars is despite what most people think that happens in war, you know, mostly because of, you know, books and movies and stuff, is a lot of people think that, hey, there's a battle, everyone dies on one side, and the other guys just take the fucking land. If you look at it, fucking historically speaking, before 1914, if you were in the worst battle that ever fucking took place, you still had like an 86% chance of surviving, because most of the time it was like, all right, we're gonna, like, way back in the day, like most battles, quote unquote, were won because two armies would get up, they'd start screaming at each other, and then somebody's like, they got more guys than us, they win. Or you get into the fucking fight, and then like enough guys get killed, be like, hey, listen, I got 100 dudes, 14 of them have been killed, we're not gonna win, fuck it. Like, granted, there are outliers, like Thermopylae was a big outlier on that one, but most of the time it was like, hey, we're starting to lose, we give up, guys. But World War I, World War II, it was like, all right, so we're gonna fucking go, and then we're either gonna win this or we're all gonna fucking die.
Yeah. It was
yeah, because like statistically speaking, the losing side of any battle in history, 80% of you guys live. And that's the losers, right? World War II was like the shit where like fucking like what was it like fucking like I want to say like Iwo Jima, right? There was like tens of thousands of fucking people on both sides. There was like 8 Japanese survivors. 8.
Yeah, they didn't like that. That's the thing about the Japanese, and like people were like, "Oh, well, we're the first country to drop a nuclear bomb." Like,
we're also the first country that's defeated Japan.
Yeah,
only
because
we're
like
the only country that's done that.
Well, how there was like how I forget how many soldiers, but there were soldiers in like small islands in the Philippines and whatnot, Japanese soldiers that got like lost from their regiment, and they were still trying to shoot out people until the 60s.
And then they wouldn't give up when they got told they fucking like lost. Like they had to get their old unit commanders to come in there with paperwork saying, "Go home, dude."
Yeah,
dude. I read this book. I suggest you find it and read it because it's a fucking great book. It's called Fires on the Plain, and it's about a Japanese soldier in World War II. And it's this guy's memoirs, right? He was a Japanese soldier in World War II. Fucking Americans show up, or they go do their thing in the fucking Philippines. Americans show up, everything gets fucked up, and he's just like kind of like surviving in the fucking jungle for like 3 fucking years before somebody's like he was always like late, fucking like surrenders or whatever, but he didn't surrender to like 47 or 46. Like it wasn't like, like end of the 70s, but it was still after the fucking war. And he's like, I've kind of been like just raiding fucking villages with like me and my 2 other fucking bros trying to fucking eat. And it's not like we're out here to fuck the Filipinos. It's like they have food. Because that's a fucking thing.
Well, and I think the last soldier fought until like 62.
Yeah, dude, it was late. Like there was like what is it? I think it was Iwo Jima. There was like 2 or 3 guys, and this goes into the like total of the 8 that fucking lived. But they were like hiding in fucking caves, like doing like guerrilla insurgent shit against the fucking like Marine and Navy shit that was there. And I think they surrendered in 49. And the reason that they surrendered was because they went and did a raid, stole a bunch of food, and they got some newspapers. And in the newspapers, there was a picture of a Christmas tree in Tokyo. And they're like, oh, that's like their version of the Empire State Building. And there's a Christmas tree next to it. So it looks like we lost. Hey guys, we've been hiding out in the woods. Those guys shooting at you. That was us. You got any food, and can we go home?
Pretty much.
But dude, like food, people don't realize this too, is like food is a fucking driving fucking factor, right? Like fucking like piracy in the Caribbean in the fucking 16th and 17th century. Big common misconception. People think pirates love gold. That's why they're doing this shit. If you read books about that shit, do you know what they love more than gold? Not fucking starving to death.
Yeah.
Most pirate encounters back then, pirates would show up, take your food, and fuck off. They didn't give a fuck about your money, because what the fuck are they going to do with money?
Yeah.
They have a boat. They have places to go. They have their friends. What do you need besides like a ride and your friends and a place to live? Fucking food. They'd take your food. They'd take your rum. And back then, like rum wasn't just around there to like get drunk off of. Rum was like you'd mix it with water and then drink it. And die. So they take your alcohol so they can mix it with water and drink something, and they take your fucking food, because starving to death ain't cool.
Yeah.
And people will do a lot of shit to not starve to death.
Well, even before that, the Romans, after the third battle with the Carthaginians, they're like, we're fucking putting salt in their fucking ground so they can't grow their crops and never come back to fucking fight us.
So when I was in 29 Palms, right? Like, we're out in the Mojave Desert, and there was a couple of mountains out to the fucking west, and these mountains they're pretty enough mountains, but the sun, when it would set between these 2 fucking peaks most of the year. Like at whatever solstice it wouldn't, but most of the year it would go between those two fucking peaks, and it was fucking beautiful as shit. So I would sit outside on the smoke pit, smoke a cigarette, and just watch the fucking sunset because, holy fuck, it's beautiful, you know?
Yeah. And what else do you have to do in 29 Palms, right?
Yeah, pretty much. But there was this dude, I don't remember what his name was, but he was one of those guys that like didn't pick up on fucking social cues, you know?
Yeah,
so
we all know those.
Staring into the fucking desert, smoking a cigarette, and this guy comes out and he goes, "Hey man, are you okay?" I'm like, "Yeah, dude, I'm just watching the sunset." And he goes, "Oh, okay. Well, I mean, because it looks like you're not all right, and you know, I wanted to make sure you got somebody to talk to, you know, if you don't have anything to, you know, whatever." And I'm like, "Nah, dude, I'm good. I'm just staring at the sunset, smoking the cigarette because I'm trying to be in peace with myself right now, and I'm having a fucking moment." And he's like, "Well, I mean, you know, not to be a jerk or anything, but like you look like you're like really deep in thought." I'm like, "Yes, I am." He's like, "Do you want to talk to me about it?" I'm like, "Okay, so check this out, right? Like way the fuck back in the day, right? Fucking these people got married. It was I forget what their names were, but it was Achilles' fucking parents, right? And while they were getting married, fucking like the goddess of fucking love, the goddess of fucking sex, the goddess of war, and the queen of the gods were all like, "Who's the sexiest woman here?" And they were like, went to go find this asshole Paris, and they're like, "Hey, which one of us is the prettiest? We'll give you anything you want if you say it's me." So Paris gives the fucking apple to fucking whoever to say, you know, she's the prettiest goddess, and in return, she gives him fucking Helen of Troy, and he goes back to his fucking house, and that starts the fucking war with the fucking Greeks, right? So the Greeks show up, and they fucking burn Troy to the fucking ground. But when they burn Troy to the ground, Aeneas, this one other fucking dude, leaves there, says fuck it, and he goes and founds Rome. And after he founds Rome, or I'm sorry, if he didn't have found Rome, if he wouldn't have founded Rome, Rome never would have went to far war with fucking Carthage. And if Rome never became a power, Carthage would be the dominant power in the fucking area. The Carthaginians probably wouldn't have fucking executed Christ. And if Christ wasn't executed, Christianity wouldn't be a fucking thing. And if Christianity wasn't a fucking thing, Europe would have a completely fucking different fucking background. Like almost none of the fucking wars would have happened for the same fucking reasons. And if none of those wars fucking happened for the same fucking reasons, America probably wouldn't have been found because Spain wouldn't have gave money to Christopher Columbus to fucking come over here in the first place. And if that didn't fucking happen, America wouldn't be a fucking thing. And I would be sitting here right now watching a goddamn fucking sunset and smoking a cigarette with you fucking talking to me right now. He's like, "Yeah, dude, that's some heavy fucking shit, man." I'm like, "Yeah, some asshole gave an apple to the wrong fucking god 4,000 fucking years ago, and now I'm here."
Yeah. No, I mean, spot on. Now, I did hear too that I don't know if this is like true or not, but there was always like the myth that Paris was actually founded by people from Troy. Like they eventually made it into southern France and then moved their way up and found it, and they named it after
Paris. I do know that Rome was founded by people by Troy. I also legend has it that Lisbon in Portugal was founded by Odysseus.
Oh wow.
Yeah. Because that was like one of the pillars of Hercules between Spain and North Africa. Like that's where the world ended. And Odysseus after the Odyssey, because what is it? The epic cycle is like 20 parts long, and we only have the Iliad and the Odyssey left.
Yeah.
After he came home, he went on more adventures, and one of them was he went beyond the confines of the earth. And on the other side of the world, he founded a new city, which was Lisbon. Fun fact about that though, fucking, I don't know if you've read the Iliad and the Odyssey. Like, you know that whole shit with the Trojan horse and like Achilles getting shot in the fucking ankle and all that shit. That's not the fucking Iliad at the fuck all.
No.
That happens between those two. So like we only have like the legends of it. Like we don't have the actual text of like what the fuck happened.
I never read the Odyssey. I read the Iliad. I had the Iliad as a book, and I read that.
But the Iliad's great because if you actually look at the Iliad, the whole thing happens because somebody pissed off fucking Achilles, and he's like, "I'm not fighting for you guys anymore because you guys suck." And then somebody kills his boyfriend. He's like, "All right, so I have to go John Wick on this fucking bitch because and fuck you, fuck your horse, and fuck you, Hector. I'm gonna fucking kill the fuck out of you, you stupid fucking bitch." And then when your dad comes over here to be like, "Why'd you kill my son?" I'm like, "Fuck you too. I'm gonna burn your fucking city down, motherfucker."
One of the books I wanted to read from that era is Herodotus, the Histories.
I once that's another book I haven't fucking read it yet.
Yeah, like I've always
way too much money at Barnes and Noble. I will go buy 10 books, read one of them, put the other 9 on the fucking shelf.
yeah. Well, then you're like busy reading or writing books yourself, so
No, but like whenever I die, whoever runs the estate sale to get rid of my shit is gonna make a fucking nice fucking penny.
Oh yeah, because you definitely have a ton of books. But yeah, the I definitely always wanted to read the histories. I've never gotten to it, but it's on my bucket list.
So I was talking to Dan about this last night. And I think you'd think it was interesting too. There's a story. It's like the epic cycle, like with the fucking Iliad and the fucking Odyssey and like the whole thing, but it's
Okay.
Persia's version of it, right? However, it centers around their leaders. It's like the story of their kings. And
Like Darius.
Yeah. But
Okay.
it's really funny because like most of it's taken as historical fucking like, hey, this is a good document to look at for the history of what was going on in Persia. The Persians, though, they recognized Alexander as a legitimate king. Like, yeah, he was a foreigner, but he was one of the best kings of Persia because he took us out of he took them out of whatever was before feudalism and brought them into feudalism, which is a step up from where they were. But also, Alexander killed all the elves and the dragons that used to be in Persia. And it's like, wait a minute, like this entire book was like made 100% sense this could have happened, and then until Alexander shows up and kills all the dragons. What? And then like after that, other kings are just like, political fucking whatevers. But like while Alexander that was there, he was killing dragons and shit. And it's like, the fuck was going on in Persia, dude?
Yeah, exactly. Was the Hobbit men from like the like Homo florensis or whatever, the little Hobbit men from Indonesia, where they like sneaking in? Did he like kill them off in like a battle?
Yeah. No. It's funny because like in that too, like they talk about how all of his fucking exploits because he was a king of Persia while he did this. Like when he went to India, and when he was in India, he killed all the I forget exactly what they were called, but they were pretty much like the blacks, like not blacks as in Africans, but like dark-skinned Indians who had 4 eyes and like 8 arms and had like fire instead of hair.
Yeah.
The fuck is going on? Because like the rest of both sides of that, like before and after, is like, no, this is just like them settling political fucking strife.
Yeah.
What the fuck was Alexander in fucking Middle Earth?
Yeah, exactly. Well, I mean, and then like what he did in Afghanistan. I mean, like I don't know if you were like in that part, but like Nuristan, like in northern Afghanistan, like near the Pakistani border, like they're all descendants of Alexander the Great. They look as white as us, and they're like Greek fucking Buddhists.
Dude, that's not northern Afghanistan. Like southern Afghanistan's like that too. Like fucking so everyone likes to think that like Afghans are all fucking Arabs. They're not. Yeah. They're not that ethnic group at the fuck all. They're like peoples segregated from that. So Pashtuns, right? The ethnic group there, or the majority of the ethnic group there. There's a bunch of fucking people there. They got like a lot of Uzbeks. They got a lot of fucking Tajiks. They got a lot of what we would call Han Chinese. But the Pashtuns, which the big problem with Afghanistan isn't a fucking country. Afghanistan is a group of land that China doesn't want, Pakistan doesn't want, Iran doesn't fucking want. They don't want to deal with it because Afghanistan is Farsi, Iran's language for the rebels, and the only Afghans are fucking plagued by fucking infighting. And the only thing that you can do to stop Afghans from killing each other is give them someone else to kill instead. So it's like, imagine you and me, we fucking hate each other. We're trying to fucking kill each other nonstop. But then like Jeff shows up and it's like, hey, you and me are cool. Let's go fucking kill Jeff real quick. Right. Yeah. But fucking Pashtuns are fucking weird. Like imagine let's start this off. Imagine like Indian guy, right? Like dot head, red skin, fucking Indian guy. Make him about my skin tone, maybe a little bit darker. Give him either black or bright red hair, and then no brown eyes. You have blue eyes, you can have green eyes, you can have hazel eyes, you can have auburn eyes, but no like black, like fucking dark brown eyes. Like it's so fucking weird from our like, you know, American standpoint. It's a very odd ethnic look. Like fucking like that's one of the like I don't want to say melting pots, but like I because like Afghanistan historically is a fucking crossroads between the Near East and the fucking West. But
hands down.
Yeah, but no, Pashtuns are fucking weird looking. But the thing about Pashtuns though is what I was gonna say about this earlier is Pashtuns, they want a country called Pashtunistan, which is southeast Afghanistan and then like eastern Pakistan. And this is one of those problems where like, you know, England was like, this used to be the empire, let's cut it up between here and here and here. And then like we're gonna draw this line between the fucking tribal fucking lines. And like a quarter of Pakistan and like a quarter of Afghanistan should be its own separate fucking country. And they wouldn't have the fucking problems they would if they could just be their own fucking people.
Yeah. You know? Like what they did with the Punjabs and the and then Kashmir.
Yeah, no, and the other thing though with like fucking Pashtuns is they have this like it's a very interesting honor system, right? Like there's this thing called Pashtunwali, which is like their like you know, honor code. And because it predates Islam, if they have an issue and Pashtunwali says one thing and Islam says something else, they go with what Pashtunwali says to do in that situation. But because of that, they would have shit like, once again, imagine you and me are neighbors and we hate each other and shit, right? I come out, we have a skiff, I shoot you in the fucking leg, right?
Yeah.
I am responsible for nursing you back to health after that. So I shoot you in the leg, I nurse you back to health, and then after you're like good and like you can use your leg and like you're running marathons again, then I'll come back up like, Dave, fuck you, bitch. And then you're like, hey, fuck you, Tripp. And then like you'll shoot me. And I'm like, oh my God, I can't feel my legs. And then you take me into your house and you like pay for like my family to eat and like my estate taxes or whatever the fuck it is until that like I'm healthy enough to provide for my family again. And then, you know, constant back and forth with that. It's interesting. Like, so like Afghans are fucking weird because they are the nicest fucking people on the fucking planet when they're not trying to kill you.
Yeah. Which is a lot when you're over there.
Yeah.
No, but yeah, like the Nuristanis and like the Kalash people in Pakistan, like they're basically descendants of Greeks. They look like Greeks. Yeah. I mean, they have blonde hair. Some of them have even blonde hair. It's like,
dude, no, like there was a lot of fucking Afghan Pashtuns over there that would have like not African dark, but like Indian dark, right? Skin, green eyes, bright red hair, and freckles.
Yeah. No,
it's like,
it's
where did you come from, man?
Yeah,
and like they'd be too old to blame it on the Russians. Dude, no, there was a guy we fucking we came out to this fucking compound. It was like on the side of this fucking mountain. And it was like right by the Iran border, right? And this is up in the middle of fucking nowhere. Like the only reason we went up there is because like nobody been up there, right? And this guy comes out and he's like, "Hey, I haven't seen you guys in a while." And we're like, "What do you mean you haven't seen us in a while? Like we've never been here before." He's like, "You guys are Russians, right?" And we're like, "Dude, that war ended like 30 years ago." And he's like, "Oh, well, who the fuck are you?" We're like, "We're Americans." Like, he's like, "Where the fuck is America?" And we're like, over here." He's like, "We're at war with you?" And he's like, we're like, I mean, kind of. And he's like, huh. All right. Well, I mean, if you're not Russians, fuck it. You guys want some? I just made dinner. You guys want to come in? And then, like, he fucking fez, which is fucking great. But
nice.
Yeah.
You know, it was funny. My guy I used to work with, he knows a guy that was in Spetsnaz.
Yeah.
and that's basically for people that's not familiar with military terms. Even though I'm pretty sure there are because you're a vet and like a lot of vets watch your channel.
Yeah,
It's
they're like
basically
somewhere between Delta Force and Navy SEALs.
of the Soviet Union.
Yeah,
So he was in Afghanistan during the war there, like in the 80s,
yeah.
and they said that because the Soviets were so fucking broke, he literally had to like deer hunt like while he was fighting in Afghanistan. Like they'd have to like kill fucking deer and like mountain goats and shit to like fucking eat because they ran out of rations and they didn't get anything from Central Command.
What I will say, and I don't know if this is just like bias because besides this, I was eating MREs, so like the fucking level is a little bit fucking different. I don't know if it was just because of the time I was in to judge it by, but holy fuck, was Afghan food fucking good.
Yeah.
Like it was like imagine like the best like Mediterranean place you've been to, and then like crank that up to like 12.
Oh wow.
Not 11, 12. Like it was fucking amazing food.
Yeah. It's sad because like and it's what 19 years now since 9/11 and we're still fucking there. Like
Yeah,
what are we doing?
it's a fucking political fucking problem though, because like what we should have done was like our problem wasn't with the Taliban. Our problem was the Al Qaeda. Al Qaeda was in fucking Afghanistan. We go to Afghanistan. Al Qaeda leaves Afghanistan and goes to Pakistan. We don't invade Pakistan because they have nukes. We should have fucking invaded Pakistan anyway.
Yeah.
And I mean, eventually we fucking did, like, because like we're not at war with Pakistan, but we are at war in Pakistan. And like it's not the fucking news because the news only gives you Iraq a lot and then like every once in a while some Afghanistan, but like we have troops on the ground both dying and killing people in I think 14 countries right now.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And like a lot of the Pashtuns though, they like supported like what we were doing because they were against the fucking Taliban and their fucking crazy their religious zealotism and shit, So but yeah, I mean 2020 is fucking nuts. It's 19 years, we're in 20 fucking 20 and we're still in Afghanistan. And it's like what the fuck are we doing there? We have no reason to still be trying there. We killed bin Laden, Al Qaeda's moved on.
I don't know this. This is just speculation, right? The two big things is one of them is minerals. There's a lot of shit that goes into fucking cell phones that
lithium,
a type of fucking rock that you can only get in that area. I don't know why that justifies war or anything. And then there's like the opium thing, but I don't buy the opium argument because everyone's like, oh, we're only in Afghanistan to like get this opium to bring over here to make opiates out of. And it's like, yes, there's a lot of opium made in Afghanistan. I burnt a lot of that shit. So it's like, so we're over here to protect opium. Why the fuck did I burn down that fucking field?
Yeah. But I'll tell you right now, like when I was in Kent State, like in 2007, there was a lot of fucking good ass pot coming from Afghanistan during that time.
That's different. But at the same time,
yeah,
like, pot
a lot of the soldiers, it was kind of like what Frank Lucas was doing in Vietnam, though, like with heroin, but like weed. But like a lot of service members were bringing like really good weed back from Afghanistan because like at the time, like there was like really high level fucking strains of pot coming from Afghanistan, and it was like Afghan weed flooded the market during that that particular time. It was crazy just to see like, oh wow. And like I remember like being on campus and there would be like some guys there on the GI Bill and shit, and they were like a little older and they would be like supplying the camp, like they still had connections and they had fought in Afghanistan and shit. And it was just wild to kind of see like, wow, like like when you got Afghan blood, you were like, wow, this is like good shit. you know.
I can't do that though because I guess it depends on the strand, but like some weed makes me go immediately to sleep, and like the only time I'm smoking it is if I'm at a fucking party. And why the fuck would I take like pretty much the equivalent of like 6 bottles of fucking sleeping pills in the middle of a fucking party? You know, it ain't doing it for me. The other
Yeah.
end of that is I get if it's not that, it's I get so fucking paranoid that not my reflection, but the person hiding behind my reflection is going to kill me.
Yeah.
Like, is going to come out of the fucking mirror and stab me to death. So, like,
Yeah.
like my thing on that is like, you know, fucking granted, you know, hey, dude, you want to do shit? If it works for you, fucking go for it. I don't give a shit. I can't do it because either I'm going to bed or I'm hiding under a fucking bed with a fucking knife waiting for my reflection to come out and get me, you know?
Yeah, to each, to each his own. I mean, at the end of the day, do we need to be putting people in prison for life for a
No,
for selling weed? No.
absolutely
Like,
not.
that's why like Mama Joe, man, like, she's like, I want to abolish the ATF. I'm like, fuck yeah. Yeah, get rid
And the
of it.
IRS? Fuck. All right.
Yeah, get rid of it. They're selling out our country. They're selling our country out on the regular. Um, I don't know. I think there's way too much government oversight, and I feel like though we're in like a weird historical time because like I feel like we're like the new Roman Empire, or like the British Empire, or whatever. We're the hegemon,
Yeah.
but like I feel like we're in like late stages of that.
So to bring this back to like biblical shit, because you brought up the Romans, fucking what is that? I think Nebuchadnezzar had some fucking dream, and like Daniel had to like interpret for him, and it's like there's a statue, and like it's gold, and then like silver, and like bronze, and then like iron, and like his feet are like there's like clay with like a bunch of like shit mashed into it, and the gold head is Babylon, and then like the silver fucking chest is like Persia, and then like the thighs that hold everything up, that's Rome, and like the shitty fucking like clay at the bottom, that's like America and Russia. And it's like yeah, Rome was cool and all, but you know what Rome didn't have? Penicillin. Come at me.
Yeah. Yeah, exactly.
I'm sorry that you died when you were 28 of old age.
Yeah, exactly. And like, like that, and that's the thing, like, kind of going back to this whole dollar issue, and like, we're now seeing inflation. Like, we're printing more dollars than God like ever envisioned. I mean, really, we're printing trillions of dollars. They cannot keep this printing going on. And so now we're now at like a focal point, and it's like, who replaces the dollar? It's not going to be China. The fucking EU is probably not even going to be around by 2030. Like, seriously, the EU might break up. It was a cool experiment to see. It probably kept World War III from happening, ideally, because Europe's always been a powder keg. Yeah. But like, it's not going to continue to happen. And so like you have all these things that the dollar has no competition. The Japanese, they nationalize their bond market. Like, they're fucked. And we're nationalizing our mortgage market. Like, that's happening right now, and that's why you still see a prop up in the housing market, because there's a shortage in housing. Two, you have low interest rate environment. The Federal Reserve's buying up 39% of the mortgage market right now. Like, Federal Reserve's buying up, not Fannie and Freddie. The Federal Reserve is buying those mortgage-backed securities.
Yeah.
It's insane. Like, the economics do not make sense at all. So, but like, that's the thing. Like, we have all this crazy Fugazi shit going on with the dollar.
Yeah. Also, real quick, fucking somebody in the comments like, "You okay, bud?" This is a kill me now face if I've ever seen one, but it's not. Happy Saturday.
Yeah. Happy Saturday. Cheers. And so, what's going to replace that? Here's the thing: like people in Lebanon, people in Venezuela, they're using fucking Bitcoin to conduct transactions
Yeah, dude.
because
Also, Lebanon had like the most fucking legit fucking gender reveal party last month.
yeah, yeah, like and like Lebanon's fucked. Like they're so fucked. And it's so crazy because like Lebanon, like Beirut used to be called the Paris of the Middle East. Like
Yeah.
they
Like when
used to
in the fucking 50s.
no 70s. Like even in the 70s,
You were in the
like
middle of a fucking civil war, burning that bitch to the ground in the 70s. What the fuck are you talking about, man?
well, like 75 is like when the Civil War started. So like in the early 70s, like
Dude,
Beirut was the spot.
dude, so everyone likes to talk about the Marines that were in fucking Lebanon in the 80s. There were
Yeah.
Marines in Lebanon in the fucking 50s.
Oh yeah.
Lebanon has not been cool for like 100 fucking years. Like since the Ottomans left, Lebanon has
Yeah.
not been a good fucking place. The only thing that fucking came out of Lebanon since the Ottomans fucking left was Mia Khalifa.
And she's not even. She's overrated.
Dude, no, like have you
Let's
ever
be
seen like,
honest.
old fucking pictures like before she started doing porn where she was like kind of like frumpy and like had like B cups? It was like, I mean, like that looks like somebody like that I would fucking shack up with. Like, why didn't you just like stay a little bit chunky and fuck?
Yeah.
But that's my bias.
Well, now there's the free Mia movement and all this
Well, I mean, like
because
the other thing with that though too is like I want to say over the last 20 years, like what's attractive has shifted because like now it's all about the fucking ass. But like you remember like back in the day when like if I could grab your ass, it was too big. I need to see your tits. Like
yeah.
what the fuck changed? Like it was well after baby got back. Like fucking what happened?
Oh yeah. Yeah, you know, times change, society changes, society preferences, I guess. You know, I mean,
Yeah.
you know, it is what it is, I guess. You know, it's all about the girls get ass shots. Dude, I read this is crazy. Kind of going on topic of this. In like Vice did a story about like Brazilian butt culture.
Okay.
Like you know, like butts are like girls with like nice butt. Like they have like a Miss Butt contest in like Brazil.
I'm gonna have to
Believe
go
it or not.
by
Yeah,
myself.
like
Science.
research. So
Research. It's for my book. I need to know what this looks like.
yeah, so like they have like a Miss Brazilian butt contest. Believe it or not. And so it's pretty wild. Like they ended up but like to go into this, like all these girls are obsessed with like having big butts. They were going to like get ass shots, like the injections to make your butt bigger.
Yeah.
But like they were like trying to get it for the low, like cheaply. So they would get like liquid cement like shot in their asses and shit. Like, and it was like causing like all these like it was like causing like a public health crisis, like in Brazil.
That's insane.
Yeah.
No, but like
Could
to
you?
go back to like that with Vice though, like I have a love-hate relationship with Vice
Oh, me too.
because like I want to say a third of their stuff is like super left-wing socialist fucking
Oh,
propaganda.
hands down.
However, they still do have a lot of fucking amazing investigative fucking journalism that like you won't get that level of explanation for what the fuck is happening by anybody the
Yeah.
fuck else. So it's like they're on both extremes right now. They have the stupid fucking propaganda and the here's the actual fucking story at the same fucking time. It's kind of fucking weird. Like
Yeah.
everyone else is like you kind of get like a little bit of both of that, but it's like slanted to the like left or the right. But like,
Mm-hmm.
Vice is weird because like they have both and they go hard on. But like fucking like Vice had a thing I watched not too long ago. I think it was an older fucking video, but they did like it was like an hour-long special on this guy in fucking Romania that lived in a fucking cave that did like this amazing, beautiful fucking tattoo fucking work, right?
Oh wow.
And the reason he was a tattoo artist was because he used to be in the mafia, but the Soviet Union collapsed and all the Russians left, and he didn't have like a source of income anymore because his income was, just from the mob. So he's like, well, fuck, I can still do tattoo work. Can't afford a house, but I'll go live in this fucking cave and do tattoos for fucking food. Which back to the whole fucking, it doesn't matter what your fucking morals are. Food is fucking important.
Yes. Yeah. So like, yeah, Vice. Yeah, I totally agree. Like you were spot on with that. And like Vice on HBO was like an incredible show. And like they got rid of it. Now it's replaced by Axios. So like that whole meme with like Trump and the reporter, and like the reporter's like looking like like when Trump shows them the paperwork about the COVID.
Oh yeah, that interview is just like cringeworthy, like all around. It was like,
Yeah.
because like here's my thing. Like I don't like Donald Trump. I don't like him.
Me neither.
But like one of the main reasons is because I don't like rich New York Democrats, which everyone refuses to acknowledge that he is one of those. However, fucking in that fucking whole thing, like it's like I would at the very least, like I know I talk a lot of shit about the government, but I want there to be a good government. I know that doesn't exist, but I want there to be a good one. So I do it with Trump. I did it with Obama. I did it with Bush a little bit, like because like Bush was high school, so I didn't know what the fuck I was talking about. But like I try to like at least look at it from the standpoint of giving them the benefit of the doubt, right?
Mm-hmm.
But that fucking interview is just like, dude, stop fucking talking, man.
Yeah. Yeah, and then like the one where he's like man, woman, TV, like on Fox News, and they were like, describe the elephant. Like that was wild, man.
Dude,
that was so wild.
It's like, I mean, like granted, I don't think that people would hate Trump as much if he didn't have a Twitter.
Yeah.
But at the same time, it's like, dude, stop.
Yeah.
Just stop.
And it's like, and that's the thing, like he did like bring up such valid points in 2016. Like NAFTA was a disaster for the American people. Like that's not a lie. Like I agree with him on that. Like China's been fucking taking advantage of this for years. But again,
yeah, no, he totally said that, and then like as soon as he got elected, he fucking the only thing I think that Trump has done well, and I would like to give credit where credit is due. Yeah, Trump got the fuck rid of fucking ISIS, and Obama refused to get rid of fucking ISIS.
Mm-hmm.
And Trump has done a lot of fucking dumb fucking shit, like a lot of stupid shit, like shit that it's like, dude, what the fuck are you talking about? But he did get rid of ISIS.
He got rid of ISIS. He hasn't gotten us into any new wars.
Yeah.
So I'll give him credit there.
Which on that one though, that's not saying a lot. I mean, because he hasn't got us out of any of the ones we were already in.
Yeah. I mean, and he should be getting us out of Afghanistan for sure.
And like one of the things I fucking like, I was critical of Obama about a lot of shit, but like the one that I am the most critical of though was like one of the reasons that he got elected was he campaigned on getting us out of Iraq.
Yep.
And guess where we're not fucking 16 years later?
Yeah. No, we're still in Iraq.
12 years later.
Still in Afghanistan.
Yeah,
we're still in Iraq. We're still in Afghanistan.
Dude, no, it gets me the fuck off because like there was that one interview where somebody asked me about it. It's like, how is this my fault? It's like, I don't know if you know this, Mr. President, but you can literally say, pull us the fuck out now.
Yeah.
And you'd have to like leave the next fucking day.
Yeah, you're the commander in chief. Now, the one of the big reasons why Trump got elected was the economics. Like James Carvell said in that one debate when he was working in the Clinton campaign, it's the economy, stupid. Like you can't, like the part of the economic conditions, like I said, Obama built like the stock market. The 8 years under Obama was the greatest stock market run than any other point in history under any president. But that wasn't Obama. That was like Federal Reserve.
But the thing with that though is if your guy's in office, right? regardless if you're a Republican or a Democrat, if your guy's in office, if the stock market is doing well, that's his doing. And if the stock market is not doing well, the president doesn't have anything to do with the stock market.
Yeah, exactly. But here's the thing: is that kind of but the president really doesn't have a lot to do with stock market.
Doesn't, but fucking people will.
People believe that, and that's the biggest. That is one of the biggest issues with this whole divisiveness that we're going into, because the stock market was booming under Obama in those 8 years, but again, 16% of people fucking own stock. You're trying to tell me that we made all these economic gains and that's a reflection of the economy, or we made all these gains in the stock market and that's a reflection of the true economy? Try telling that to the fucking steel worker in Altoona, PA. Try telling that to the fucking steel worker in Canton, Massillon, Ohio. Like, you're not gonna.
That's not fair. That's not fair. That's not fair, because steel hasn't been a thing in America since like the early 90s.
Yeah.
So, like, if you want to do that, you have to blame old Bush. Yeah,
but again, and it goes back to NAFTA.
Because like taxes and tariffs are there for a fucking reason, and there should be so much tariffs on steel towards like it's not worth buying it from fucking China. But NAFTA. So thanks, Clinton.
Yeah, and so like all these like conditions have created for a guy like Trump to get in. Like, I don't fault the people, because guess what? When they voted Democrat, the Democrats sold them out for corporate interest. When the Republican got in, the Republicans sold them out for corporate interest. And so that's what you're saying. The biggest thing, again, I'll go back to Bitcoin. The biggest thing you can say to protest your government right now is buy into Bitcoin, because you're seeing this thing around the world, and Bitcoin has its issues. Like I said, for me to go buy a cup of coffee, I can't do that right now with Bitcoin. Like, there is strategic problems with
it's
Bitcoin.
more of an investment. Like, it's not like an actual fucking
it's like digital gold. It's like buying into like digital gold. The thing is that there's only a finite amount, and so you're seeing around the world, Lebanon, Venezuela, people are starting to buy Bitcoin, because they think that eventually, at one point, Bitcoin could be adopted as the world reserve currency. Because again, the dollar is printing more money than God right now. We printed $3 trillion in July. There's no government right now that can like replace the King dollar. There's not. There's the Brexit, the Brexit debacle. I mean, I don't know if you saw this. Fucking Boris Johnson was like, yeah, I'm going to break international law just to conduct the Brexit, like the Good Friday Accords with Ireland and Northern Ireland. He's going to put up a fucking border. He's going to put up like a fucking Mexican fucking border wall in Northern Ireland and Ireland. That's going to fucking the IRA might be back here in a couple of years, man. But like, so he's doing like that. So like, England's not going to replace the dollar. Like the EU's on the verge of collapse. They're not going to replace the fucking dollar. China's full of fucking debt in their shadow banking system. They're not replacing the dollar. So you have Bitcoin, which is not tied to any government. That's where the revolution is. That's where you're going to start seeing where people are going to wake up and be like, okay, our dollars are worth nothing, but I have a finite amount and I can start pricing things in Satoshi. Once they end up building the infrastructure, and that's what they're trying to work on right now with the Lightning Network, it's called. That's going to be able to enable Bitcoin to be transacted, like basically like you swiping your credit card. Yeah. Once things like that get into place, Bitcoin will become the world reserve currency. It'll basically Uber. It'll be like the dollar is the taxi and Bitcoin's the Uber.
So while we're talking about this, fuck taxis.
Yes. Dude, yeah, fuck taxis.
I fucking hate taxis so fucking goddamn much. Uber, I'm down. I haven't ever done Lyft because I have the Uber app and it's like a Pepsi thing. Although I don't think it's quite Coke and Pepsi because Pepsi's fucking terrible and Coke is like it. But
Yeah, exactly. So, but yeah, like Bitcoin has the chance to be that Uber moment, like for like currency, for the fiat currency, because like basically the whole world is backed by fiat currency, and so you're going to get to a point where like people are waking up now that our money is worth nothing. It is worth nothing. It's not backed by anything. And now you're having this dollar debasement from oil. Like I said, like Saudi Arabia is flooding the market. They're trying to break down these shale producers in Texas and Oklahoma and North Dakota. Like they're trying to bankrupt all that. You got Russia going along with it because, they're pumping. Because right now, like one of the things that they were trying to do was in Congress, one of the things that actually Democrats and Republicans actually agreed on was, hey, let's try to build infrastructure to export LNG, liquid natural gas, to Europe. So that way we can undercut the Russians. If
yeah,
we can't get,
it's kind of weird though, like how Democrats and Republicans won't agree on fucking anything unless money's involved. In which case, it's a universal fucking thing. Weird how that fucking works, right? Like, oh, hey, listen to the American people. Fuck them. Fucking, we're gonna build some fucking like wells in Africa. Nah, fuck it. Hey, listen, fucking the economy's about to collapse. Yeah, fuck it. I'm gonna get a few more dollars in my wallet. Weird how that's gonna be a fucking universally fucking stamped my fucking seal on.
Well, and to go into that too, look what fucking happened. We have 30 million fucking people unemployed. We got they're saying right now up to 40 million people are behind on rent. 40 million fucking people are behind on rent in this country. That's a huge ton. So with the economy, like the crash hasn't even started yet, and people aren't even seeing it because you have literally like all this heck going on. Like Trump literally 2 weeks ago passed a resolution through the CDC that said because there's a pandemic, people can't get evicted. Reason why he did that is because there's 40 million people behind facing eviction right now.
Wait, I have a question real quick. So Trump went to the CDC and said people can't get evicted because of fucking COVID and
yes,
right. Okay. Don't you think it's kind of funny that no one ever fucking said anything about that? Because I haven't heard anything about that. That's kind of like a big thing, right? Like that's like one of those like good for Americans thing, right?
Yeah.
Why isn't that all the fuck over the news?
Because
the
like Orange Man's bad. It's all pro Captain Alzheimer's and methed out Orange Man is bad. So like, he passed this resolution because guess what? And again, if Trump would actually campaign on the things he said he was going to do, like NAFTA's fucking terrible, we need to fucking bring in supply chains here in America, I'd be for him. But he's a false prophet. He just wants to give tax cuts to the rich. He's doing the same thing that every Republican president has done.
Yeah.
You haven't changed
I
anything.
I think it's a fucking goddamn crying shame about that though, because not Trump specifically, the Republicans in general. Because if you look at the fucking platform, Republicans are supposed to be all about shrinking the fucking government. However, our government does not explode the way it does when there's a Republican in charge.
No.
And it's like, shouldn't the Democrats be doing this and like, the Republicans fighting against this? Why the fuck are Republicans blowing up the fucking government the way that they fucking are?
Yeah. The largest government expansion in history was the 8 years under George W. Bush.
Yeah.
So, but yeah, you have this expanded government power and it's all for like a fugazi. Like we're printing out dollars. The economy, like they keep saying, "Oh, the economy's fine. The economy's fine." No, the stock market's fine. The economy is not fine. There's still so many fundamental problems going on, and again, there's this massive printing of currency. Jerome Powell, he said we're going to expand inflation. Mind you, since the beginning of the year, the Australian dollar is worth 27% less than what it was since January 1st, 2020. From now, 27% less. So that it's not 27% for the dollar because it's the world reserve currency. But again, a 6-pack of bagels is now $4.50 instead of $4. It's gone up by 50 cents in just less than a month, in 2 weeks. And so what you're seeing right now, and it sucks, like I'm fine. Like a guy like me working in finance is fine. I got real estate investments. Like
you're also an evil banker. So like you're
I'm an evil I'm an evil banker. Like I know how to weather the storm.
Dude. So on that though, like I had a guy on about a month ago. Like he was like episode 3 or 4. He ended up being a fucking great guy to fucking talk to. But like our whole platform, or not platform, but our whole basis for the fucking podcast was talking about fucking conspiracy theories. And he started talking about how fucking like shitty bankers are, right? And like I was like, yeah, dude, get into it. Let's go. Let's talk about these fuckers. And then like in the back of my mind, I was like, wait a minute. If he starts talking about blaming this on the Jews, I'm gonna have to like drop out of this real quick. And then like luckily, he didn't go that way. He ended up fucking like, he was like, no, dude, fucking Jews have nothing to do with this. This is fucking Anglo-Saxons, by the way. And I was like,
yeah,
oh, thank God.
Yeah, no, I mean, he was right. The British were the ones that started fractional reserve banking.
Yeah.
But the whole problem is that our dollar, like the whole inflationary problem, and again, it doesn't matter if Trump's elected in 2020 or reelected in 2020, or if Captain Alzheimer's gets in 2020. The bottom percent of the fucking people are going to get screwed because their cost of living is the poorest amount of people are the ones that are holding in the dollars. You think Jeff Bezos has 140 billion sitting in the bank? Fuck no. That's tied into stocks. That's tied into real estate. That's tied into building spaceships and space colonies in space.
Now see, so like I am going to defend Jeff Bezos on this, and hear me out, right? So there's a few things going to this. Like fucking everyone likes to hate Jeff Bezos because he's like the evil overlord of fucking whatever. However, that dude grew up poor as fuck.
Mm-hmm. In Miami,
Amazon in his fucking garage, and then became fucking evil overlord, fucking billionaire. However, correct me if I'm wrong, but that's the American dream, right? Be dirt poor, fucking growing up in the middle of fucking middle America, hanging out with people from fucking Indiana or Illinois or fucking Iowa or some fucking corn fucking like.
Yeah, he grew up in inner city Miami.
Yeah. And then fucking out of that, fucking becoming one of the most important fucking people on the fucking planet. Like, we can hate Jeff Bezos for what he represents now, but two things. Let's not lie about this. We all wish we were him. Yeah. And then secondly, everyone likes to talk about how all these fucking like corporations made all this money off the fucking epidemic or fucking whatever. It's like, hey, when you get your stimulus check, how much of it did you spend on Amazon?
Exactly.
You spent all of it on Amazon, and you're gonna hate Amazon for making the money afterwards. Okay, all right, okay.
Yeah, exactly. And like
I mean, I did.
I did. I mean, I actually invested it, and like I'm getting returns out of it, and what have you. I invested in myself with my stimulus money and what happened there. But yeah, like you're buying TVs on fucking Amazon and shit. You're not investing in yourself. You're not trying to figure out how you can become an entrepreneur.
Yeah.
The majority of the people, you know, and
Yeah.
things
No, no,
like
no,
that. So
I don't want to become a millionaire. I want to buy more stuff.
yeah, exactly. You know, and it's like you're criticizing, you're saying that, oh, he's eating the rich. Well, you know, and again, my criticism of Jeff Bezos is how he treats his employees. The whole shit that goes on in Amazon warehouses is a
Oh yeah,
little
no,
bit
that
freaky.
is fucked up. That is fucked up.
That's real fucked up.
However, if you could do what Jeff Bezos did, you absolutely would do that. So,
For
like,
the
I
majority,
think it's kind of hypocritical to be like, Jeff Bezos is an evil bastard. It's like, dude, you would do the same things if you knew how to do it.
yeah. And to go into it, Jeff Bezos, he donated $10 billion, 10 billion with a B, to climate change.
Yeah.
He's donating $1 billion a year. He's selling $1 billion a year worth of Amazon stock to fund Blue Origin. People don't realize how impactful Blue Origin is. He's basically trying to seed our race of humans into the future, into space colonies.
Not even into the fucking future. He's trying to, like, he's up there with Elon Musk with, like, hey, listen, the Earth's fucked. We need to go somewhere else.
Yeah.
Let's do it.
Yeah, and he's trying to build these huge. You'll have to Google them or pull them up. They're like huge space colonies, like kind of like what you would see in like in the Gundam series, like
Oh,
the like.
I have a fun fact about that. So, Gundam, right? Two things with that. Like, first off, Mobile Suit Gundam, the original one from the 70s, was based off of Starship Troopers. The original Mobile Suit Gundam series was truer to the book Starship Troopers than the movie was. The second thing with that was their the way they set up their space colonies. They called them O'Neill cylinders, where it was like a cylinder that like.
That's what I was talking about. Yes,
yeah.
yes.
So those things, the guy that came up with Gundam didn't come up with that. He took that from NASA. NASA came up with those fucking space colonies.
No, that's what I was trying to say. So Elon Musk, I couldn't think of the name. Thank you. So Elon Musk is literally selling $1 billion a year of Amazon stock to build those O'Neill space colonies. Like that's what he's working on.
That was in Elysium, that movie with Matt
Damon.
Yeah.
Yep.
Which that movie was kind of fucking interesting because for two reasons relevant to this conversation. One of them is, once again, you know, those O'Neill cylinders came up with fucking NASA or whatever. But the only reason they made that movie was it was that, and I forget what the other two movies were, but they were trying to make a Halo movie and it fell through. I'm sorry, that District 9, and I forget what the third one is, but they were trying to make a Halo movie and it didn't go through. They just fucking dropped it, but they had all this other fucking shit. Like, so all the fucking like sci-fi shit, like the space colony stuff, that went to Elysium. Yeah. All the guns and weapons shit, that went to fucking District 9. And I forget what the fucking third one was, but it went to that. But also on that, also, Halo, the video game, is more true to the book Starship Troopers than the movie Starship Troopers was to the book Starship Troopers.
Yeah.
This all goes back to Starship Troopers, which is kind of funny because in Starship Troopers, like it's hinted to in the movie, it's there in the fucking book though. The reason that there's a few things about the fucking book that like are completely fucking fabricated science fiction. Like one of them is like there's a diverse, equal, functioning federal government, which is sci-fi as fuck.
Yeah.
The thing is like the reason that happened in that book is because all the veterans got together and said, fuck you, like killed half the fucking population and then, you know, rebuilt after that. Which one of the other fucking things I think is fucking great that doesn't translate in the fucking movie because, you know, in the movie, fucking Johnny Rico from fucking Buenos Aires is fucking, you know, Aryan fucking poster boy for the fucking government or whatever. In the book, Juan Rico from Manila did all that shit.
Yeah. So, like, that's the thing. Like, well, let's talk about Halo for a few minutes, I guess.
Dude, let's talk about fucking Halo. Let's talk about Halo and Startroopers in Ringworld and the Forever.
Yeah. So you heard Halo actually is coming out? So there's all been this like huge movement of money in the streaming services to get like the big blockbuster fucking TV show.
Well, did you see the miniseries they did? It was like, 10 episodes and they were like 5 minutes long or some shit. But like at the end of it, Master Chief shows up and just like wrecks the Covenant.
Oh no, I did not. But there's a Halo TV series coming out on Showtime.
Dude, that'd be fucking sick.
So they're like working on it. So like Showtime's amping up and they want to like it's going to be like their version of Game of Thrones. It's based on the Halo universe.
I'm down.
And so like Amazon spent there's actually Amazon's got the record right now for the largest amount of money for a TV show ever, and they're developing a TV show on Lord of the Rings.
Okay, so on that though, did you watch The Expanse?
I have not seen all of it. No.
Okay, watch The Expanse. What's relevant to that though is that was originally on the Sci-Fi Channel. They made like 1, maybe 2 seasons, and they canceled it because they couldn't pay for it anymore. However, Jeff
Amazon
Bezos loved the show, and he's like, I'm gonna buy that and make this a fucking. I think the next season should be coming out in November. Like, dude, catch up on it. It's fucking great because like there's all the fucking like petty bullshit that happens in stories that goes between fucking people or whatever. However, most of the story is about the Cold War between Earth and Mars, and it an actual war.
Cool. Yeah, I'll have to check that out. So, like, yeah, he also spent like billions of dollars on. He spent billions of dollars on Lord of the Rings, and they're making like a spin-off that's not tied to the main books.
It's supposed to be about like Aragorn, like before the books, right?
Yep.
Yeah.
Exactly. And supposedly he's trying to turn a TV, like Amazon's trying to buy, turn into a TV series about the Dark Tower or the Dark Towers of the Stephen King universe.
Did they already make that a book, or are they just like redoing it?
They made it a movie, but supposedly Amazon's going to make a TV series out of that. And then Benioff. What's that?
Go on.
Oh, and then Benioff and Weiss of Netflix, Netflix paid them $200 million, so $100 million each to write TV for them, because they were supposed to make the next 3 Star Wars movies for Disney. They pulled out because Netflix paid them $200 million to develop TV and context or series for them. So, they're now buying the Star Wars of China. There's a book series.
I'm going to go down on 2 different fucking tangents on this real quick and bear with me. Okay. So, one of the things that I guess like you wouldn't pick up if you're a casual, but like, in the movies, like Aragorn's doing his thing and like, he looks like he's like in his mid-30s fucking going out on his fucking rant or whatever. However, in the books, he was a human, he was a man. But because of the kind of man he was, because there's different men then, like he was like 112 years old, but because of the kind of man he was, he looked and acted like he was fucking 30. The other thing though, and I'm gonna go down on this fucking Star Wars rant. Like, did you watch the last Star Wars movie?
Oh, it's fucking terrible,
dude. No, hold on. It was, however, you know how at the beginning of the movie he like goes and hunts down the fucking Emperor and he's like, I'm gonna defeat you or fucking whatever. Okay, so the plot of that last movie, if they made that last movie the plot of all 3 of them to where like episode fucking 7 instead of was it The Force Awakens was Kylo Ren, I'm gonna kill the fucking Emperor so I can become God, and like that was his like end all be all goal throughout the entire thing. They could have made a badass fucking trilogy out of that, and they totally fucking shit the fucking bed. Like,
oh yeah,
did you read the books?
No.
Okay, so in the books, what happened before Disney bought it and made it not canon anymore? The Emperor did have clones, and he could put his essence out of his body and put it into a different clone to do shit. And like Luke was like, I have to kill the Emperor. Like I have to kill him. So what he did was he became the Emperor's apprentice, joined the dark side, did a bunch of fucking evil shit so he gained enough power to not kill the body that the Emperor was in, but kill his fucking soul. But to do that, he had to join the dark side. And then as soon as after he did that, like he had his like wife like nurse him back to health and become like a good Jedi again. But it's kind of funny because if you look at it, especially with what a Jedi is in the context of the fucking prequels, Luke was never a Jedi. He was just a Force user. Because like a Jedi wouldn't show up and just fucking start choking people and like assassinating motherfuckers. Like if he was a Jedi, fucking the movie The Return of the Jedi wouldn't have fucking happened. Like he wouldn't have done that shit in his palace if he was like a holy monk, you know?
Yeah. A true Jedi. Yeah, they like Disney completely fucked that up. Like I really have enjoyed The Mandalorian, and like honestly, the Mandalorian's good. It's really good. I mean, Baby Yoda's like adorable. I mean, like that they like market that, but it actually is a really good storyline. So like that's really to me the series now. Like the whole Star Wars universe is basically based on that, because like the fucking movies were so goddamn awful. Then you had like I thought Rogue One, like out of all the Disney movies that
great.
Yeah, out of all the Disney movies that
Platoon in space.
Yeah. Yeah, like Rogue One was the best like Disney movie that they've done. Like since Disney's taken it over.
Well, one of the things I like to fucking argue though is like, well, the prequels and the fucking new ones, like, are they canon? Are they not? It's like, well, they can be canon, but you also have to acknowledge the fucking Ewok movies that George Lucas tried to fucking delete from the fucking planet after he made them. Did you ever see those? Did you ever see those fucking?
No.
They're worse than the fucking Disney movies. But they came out in the early 80s. But it's all about like these orphans that end up on the fucking forest moon of Endor, and they're like raised by Ewoks, and they have to like go fight like pretty much Falkor on the other side of the fucking planet. So like imagine Return of the Jedi, but just the Ewoks, and then it's in the never-ending story, and there's like orphans for some reason.
Where was this at?
They made two of them, dude. There was the Caravan of Courage, and I forget what the other one's called. And they're abortions of fucking movies.
Are they like on? Well, I mean, not that I maybe want to spend time watching it, but like, are they like on YouTube or like where the fuck do you find this? I never even heard of this.
They got shuffled into the same fucking box that they put the fucking holiday special in. It's like, no, we didn't do that. That wasn't us. And it's like, wrong. It's got your name on it, motherfucker.
Makes sense. Makes total sense. Yeah, like Kathleen Kennedy, like, as much as she was like great for working under Steven Spielberg, she's completely fucked this whole series up. Like Star Wars is a complete mess. Like I didn't like episode 8, but like episode 9 was an abomination even compared to episode 8.
Well, the thing about that though is like what happens in episode 9 completely negates episode 8.
Yeah.
That didn't even need to fucking happen.
Exactly. You're 100% right. And like, honestly,
that bullshit about like, oh no, we have fuel to worry about. It's like, why do you have fuel to worry about? Shouldn't you be like what fossil fuels, nuclear energy, something else, whatever the fuck you're using?
Yeah. No, exactly. And then like they also so like, with 8 and 9, like they were such an abomination. Like honestly, like I didn't think the Han movie, the Solo movie was that bad. Compared to those two.
Yeah.
If you want to, like, Solo wasn't the best movie, hands down.
Okay. Here's my thing on that. Solo wasn't bad compared to those other movies. Okay, so Planned Parenthood isn't bad compared to abortion in general.
Yeah. Pretty much. Okay. I mean, they killed it with Rogue One, and I thought episode 7 was done great.
Yeah.
Other than that, I mean, it's a mess. So Benioff and Weiss, they left, and now they're doing basically the Chinese version of Star Wars. The Amazon or Netflix bought the rights to that for over $2 billion. They actually outbid Amazon. It's called fuck. What is the name? Hold on, I gotta look it up now. It's called. It's a Chinese sci-fi book. There's 3 books.
My buddy Chuck was telling me about that, and from what I understand, it's like the worst case scenario where like Earth fights aliens, and then like we lose.
Yeah, I forget the fucking name. Hold on, I'm googling it right now as we speak. Um, but yeah, so Benioff and Weiss are working on that, and it's like, Game of Thrones was sweet until the last season. They fucked that up.
So the thing with that though is like what was the guy's name? He started with a T, got his dick cut off.
Theon.
Yeah, so Theon had a pretty compelling redemption arc, right? Like,
Yeah.
like starts off as a dick, made his way back, fucking ended up not being a fucking douchebag or whatever. However, at the end of the day, he still killed John Wick's dog.
It is what's it called? Oh, 3 Body Part Problem is the name of the series.
Okay. 3 Body Pop Goblin.
No, it's called 3 Body Problem.
Oh, 3 Body Problem. Okay.
I probably slurred my words. I mean, I'm knee deep in fucking bourbon at this point.
Dude, so speaking of fucking Pop Goblin, fucking did I send you a fucking video from Necrogoblicon?
You might have. I don't know.
Okay, so if I haven't, you need to check this out, right? So it's this band, right? Like new metal, like not new metal like what the early 2000s was the new metal of like, fucking Korn and shit. Like on the same level as like maybe Austrian Death Machine or fucking As They Lay Dying. However, all their music is from the point of view of fucking goblins, right?
Yeah.
And the way their music videos fucking go around is like, they tell us stories about these goblins, but imagine a goblin, right? And to relieve stress, he's, fucking doing bong rips and fucking like doing shots in his fucking apartment. And then he shows up to his like shitty fucking like office job in corporate America. And like, like the chick in the office that he has a crush on is like fucking, fucking Chad. And he's like depressed about, Rebecca and Chad fucking. So he's like sulking in his fucking office and like drinking at fucking work and shit. And then like, in his off time, he's like reading a book called, How to Do Telekinesis. And like his dad dies. So he like goes to the funeral and then like his step siblings are like assholes fucking to him. And then like, he uses like newfound fucking telekinesis activities, like maybe his fucking brains explode and shit. But dude, no, like they put a lot of fucking money into their makeup department, and like when you see this shit, it's like this could just be like a regular fucking like sad guy fucking story. But the makeup they put onto this fucking goblin makes this fucking horrifying. Like this is scary as shit. Like because like they get like some like not midget, but like tall enough not to be a legal midget, but still short end of fucking whatever. Like dressed like a goblin from like Lord of the Rings, give him like a hunchback and like prosthetic fingers that they're like a foot long, and then like they put him in a suit in a fucking office giving a PowerPoint presentation. It's just every level of like what the fuck am I watching right now?
Oh, I'm sure. Hands down.
No. And then the band, what they did was like there's like a 6th, like they have like the bassist, the drummer, the keyboard guy, the guitarist, the singer, and they have John Goblicon, where his whole job is like run around on stage. He's like part of the band. They're dressed up like a goblin, just like screaming at the fucking audience, It's like, dude, no, they even had a fucking song called "We Need a Gimmick," where they're talking about the music videos aren't working, the band shit isn't working. maybe we should hire somebody to like be gimmicky. Like the Goblin is like doing this PowerPoint presentation on like we need a gimmick, and like everyone's like, nah, gimmicks are stupid. You don't need a fucking gimmick. Just like let your music speak for you. And the Goblin's like, no, we need a gimmick, man.
Kind of like fucking what's his face? Little Jesse, the little midget that used to run around with Kid Rock.
Yeah. Dude,
Yeah.
I was sad when that guy died though. Like that was like fucking 10 years ago now. But
Yeah. Yeah, he died a little while ago. And then like Uncle Cracker left the band. He was like the DJ, and then now he became like a country singer. It's all weird. And then like fucking
my hand.
yeah. And then Aaron Lewis from fucking Stain became a country singer.
Dude, so Stained is like a weird fucking band for me because like, you know, they only got famous because
Limp Bizkit.
But Stained, as far as I'm concerned, just musically speaking, I put them on the same shelf that I would put Hootie and the Blowfish. You know? But at the same time, though, if you listen to their fucking songs, it's like, I don't want to say depressing and dark, but like that like late teenager, early 20s, like I hate my fucking girlfriend fucking music. You know? And it's like, oh God, this really fucking sucks because I understand everything you're saying, and I hate that I identify with this fucking song right now. God fucking damn it. And then like then you like turn 25 and it's like, okay, all right, I'm cool.
Yeah. No, I totally agree. Like it's just so weird to me though, because like Aaron Lewis is like calling out like Florida Georgia Line for being like a fake country band, like they're more pop. But like, dude, you were in like a new metal band and like you became country. Like because like your new metal band broke up, like, and you needed a new lane to make money. Like, don't fucking like it's like the pot calling the kettle black. You know, like
No,
don't fucking
no, that is the pot calling the kettle a racial slur.
yeah. Like, you know, exactly. Like, don't fucking sit there and like call out Florida Georgia Line. Like, do I like fucking Florida Georgia Line?
No.
A couple of their songs, no, I don't. But you know, a couple of their songs like are catchy, and like I've caught myself fucking in there my head. But like, you're Aaron fucking Lewis, like you were the lead singer of Stained, and now you're gonna sit there and like criticize fucking these bands for going country when you did the same exact thing as they did.
No. So country music now, like popular country music now, is for white people that are afraid of black people. Look at me in the eyes and tell me I'm fucking wrong.
I mean, you're not at all. I mean, that's a broad general category, I would say.
Well, I mean, like at the same time, they're like I listen to a lot of like what I would call actual country music. So like, you know, Johnny Paycheck and David Allen Coe and like Jamie Wyatt and shit. So like, you know, the country music I'm listening to is not, it's not pleasant to listen to. At the same time that like Megadeth is not pleasant to listen to, you know,
yeah,
in different genre. But it's like I'm not here to go I would be here, but I'm playing my song, butterflies flying away. Which, by the way, fuck you, I love Miley Cyrus. But you know, not the same fucking shit. You know,
yeah.
Fucking, there's a difference between actual country music and pop country. The same way there's a difference between heavy metal and radio rock.
Oh yeah, hands
like,
down.
Yeah, like fucking what was it like a few years back? Shit, they did that song Radioactive.
Oh, Imagine Dragons.
Yeah.
I loved Radioactive. I love that fucking song.
Radioactive was a great song. The rest of the album fucking sucked. But fucking Imagine Dragons was radio rock. Like fucking they had like one really good song and then like a bunch of like bullshit that you just like play on the radio and it doesn't offend anybody. So like we're not gonna fucking take it down. But there's a big difference between that and fucking a song that like starts off with a fucking like dirty fucking riff and the lyrics are brother will kill brother, fucking spreading blood across the land, killing for religion's not something I don't understand. It's like you can't do that on the fucking radio.
Well, it's funny because
the thing with Holy Wars though, that kind of resonates with me is like fools like me who cross the sea, to go to what was it? Fools like me who cross the sea. Fuck, how the fuck does that go? Anyway, it ends up, we ask the sheep for their beliefs. Do you kill on God's command? And it's like, oh, that's making me fucking shit. I don't want to right now, man.
Exactly. And like Slayer, like when Carrie from Slayer, he was like, when Limp Bizkit was number one running the charts, he's like, I almost wanted to quit music because
okay. So the thing about that is like, fuck Kerry King. He's the worst part about that fucking band. And Slayer stopped being good when Jeff Hanahan died because Kerry King was the shitty fucking guitarist in that band, and Jeff Hanahan fucking did the actual fucking legwork on that. That and like Tom Araya is fucking Argentinian fucking Santa Claus. Like, look at Tom Araya and do not tell me, you know what? That's the thing that comes on the fucking chimney at night.
Their lead singer is like a devout Catholic, and like he's devoutly religious, and he's like, I don't want my like views to interfere with like the music and like what the band like believes.
So I have two really big fucking Slayer things. One of them is relevant to the date, but the other one is, do you know why that their logo is like the Nazi fucking eagle with like the pentagram on the inside? They did that song Angel of Death, which is about Joseph Mengele.
Oh, yeah.
And everyone was like, wait a minute, are you guys Nazis? And then it's like, Jeff Hanahan, or not Jeff Hanahan, but Tom Araya is like, from South America, is like, no, we're not fucking Nazis. Why the fuck would you think we're Nazis? Wait a minute. Everyone thinks we're Nazis. Let's make our fucking logo the fucking Nazi eagle. That would really fucking piss these guys off. So the reason that like their logo is the Nazi eagle is because somebody says something negative about it, and they're like, dude, marketing fucking opportunity. The other thing though is Slayer had an album called God Hates Us All, right?
Yeah.
And record stores open at, fucking, depending on where you're at, somewhere between 7 and 9 in the fucking morning. God Hates Us All. That album came out on September 11th, 2001. There was at least one fucking person that waited in line for that fucking store to open, went and got that album in fucking Manhattan, was walking down the street looking at their fucking thing. Slayer's album, God Hates Us All. I wonder what this is about. Oh, fuck.
Yeah. No shit. Insane. No, like that. I forgot about that because I was just talking to my fiance the other day. I was like, Jay-Z's like best selling album of all time. The Blueprint came out that same day.
Yeah.
And it was just like crazy. Like the same day that the Twin Towers fell, like Jay-Z's making a fucking album. But I totally fucking forgot Slayer came out with an album that year. Dude, did you see on the recent Grateful Dead and Company tour? Not Grateful Dead, but Dead and Company with like so Dead and Company is basically Bob Weir. He was the other guitarist in Grateful Dead, and then the two drummers, Mickey Hart and Bill Kreutzmann. They have Johnny Mayer so Johnny Mayer does like Jerry Garcia's guitar work. Yeah. They brought a bassist in and a pianist. He came out with a shirt. He had a shirt, and like actually Dead and Company selling it on their website. It's the pentagram, and it says like in Slayer, like in the whole logo of like their albums, but then it said they took the SL out and put M for Mayer because like Johnny Mayer is like that now, the guitarist for Dead and Company. So yeah, like Bob Weir was like wearing that shirt like a lot on the last tour that they were on. So
one of the things I think is fucking hilarious about that is I think it's Khloe Kardashian like started up like a fucking pop thing, and she would go on stage with a Slayer shirt, And then Jeff Hanahan, for like the last couple of years he was alive, came out with this shirt on a stage. Just
So
the Kardashians.
kill the Kardashians. Yeah, I do remember that. It was it wasn't Chloe, it was not Kylie.
Caitlyn Jenner.
It was it was
like
yeah.
if there are lizard people. It's no.
Yeah.
Like
Yeah.
Like my thing though is like I don't actually believe that there are lizard people. I will call government officials lizard people like as a fucking euphemism.
Yeah.
However, especially after the whole Epstein thing, I am one pizza shop away from believing there are actual fucking lizard people.
Yeah. No, it wasn't Chloe. It wasn't Chloe, it wasn't Kylie. It was the Jenner, it was Caitlyn's daughter. Caitlyn Jenner's like second oldest daughter with Kris Jenner. I forget her name at this point. But who the fuck cares? I guess it's who the fuck cares? But yeah, like yeah, they're fucking ridiculous. They made like they got their fucking fame. So here's how fucked up that whole family is. You literally have the mom, Kris, who fucking sells her daughter's sex tape to TMZ to get them famous and parlay that into a reality show.
Dude, no, it goes back before that because fucking
their dad defended OJ.
Kardashian, but I don't know what his fucking first name was, but like
Robert.
that was like an OJ thing.
Yeah, Robert Kardashian was
fucking loose.
Yeah. He got Robert Kardashian.
Yeah, Robert.
And yeah, so yeah, it was Robert Kardashian Sr. And like in the movie or the TV show People versus OJ, he was OJ had the gun to his head in Chloe's room.
All right.
Like that one scene, because like OJ is ready to whack himself, and like Rob talked him out of it. Like, dude, like yeah, that whole family is fucked. Though that is the one good thing 2020 did is it canceled that fucking TV series.
Have you ever heard Joe Rogan's stand-up bit about the Kardashians?
I think I have.
So pretty much it started off as like aliens land, right? And they're like, who are your most famous people? I was like, well, the Kardashians, because whether or not you like to admit it, Kim Kardashian is the most fucking famous person on the fucking planet, right?
Yeah.
So he starts backtracking from there. It's like, why is she famous? Well, she, had the sex tape with fucking Ray J after she had this fucking, or before she had this TV show. And the only reason that was relevant was because, her dad was the lawyer for OJ Simpson. And the only reason that's important is because of fucking football. And then like, you have to like explain like why football is fucking important. Like, fucking, they're moving a ball around this fucking field. And if, they get it down, woo. And if we don't, then, and then like, granted, it's like set up better and there's like a fucking whole big long thing into it. But he's like, if you had to explain it to aliens, literally every stop is a reason to eradicate mankind. So like, yeah, we're going to kill you at football, but after you get to the fucking Kardashians, we're going to double kill you now, motherfuckers.
Yeah. No, I mean, it's spot. I have heard that bit and it's spot on. Like, it's so fucking crazy. But the crazy thing about football was like kind of invented like after the Civil War. Like it came into prominence as a way to like kind of fucking like tame like the tensions even after the war.
Yeah.
Like people don't realize that like they called it like human chess. Like and people would fucking die in the fucking game. Like they would
still do. It's not as often, but it's still just as bad with the fucking mental health and the fucking not mental health, but like brain health. Fucking
shit. Yeah, the CTA shit. Oh fuck yeah, dude. They're fucked. Like I mean, I only played football for 4 years.
Yeah, you're a basketball basketball guy, right?
I was a basketball guy primarily, but I played a little bit of football. I quit after my sophomore year. But
Wait,
like,
you should have been basketball because like you're like what, fucking like 8'13".
yeah, I'm 6'6" now. I shrunk a few inches.
Yeah,
So I was 6'8", and now, you know,
yeah.
last time I went to the fucking doctor for the annual checkup, yeah, I shrunk 2 inches at 32. So here I am.
Yeah.
But yeah, like, I mean, I wake up some fucking mornings and I can barely fucking walk. I mean, now part of that's Lyme disease. I got bit by a fucking tick at
Yeah.
7. And like at the time, like Lyme disease was known, so I got misdiagnosed. I had cancer. Like, imagine being 7 fucking years old and getting told you're gonna die in a fucking year. That happened. Like that happened to me.
Which is good you didn't, but
Yeah.
So speaking of fucking shit that happened like way back when, fucking I really like to play the fucking wheelchair song, right?
Yeah.
There's a video on my YouTube channel of me fucking playing that. Like I'm like 19, fucking like, you know.
In Afghanistan?
No, I mean like I was in Camp Pendleton, but I was in uniform, right?
Yeah, I remember that.
But Rob Manuel fucking commented on it. It's like, I've never heard anyone play this before. This is great, mate. I'm like, I'm gonna put this right here because
I didn't realize he commented on it. That's awesome, man.
Dude, no, and like one of the other things I want to say it was like last week, fucking I don't remember what brought this up, but like me and the wife were watching something on fucking Netflix, and then I was like, stop, press pause right now. And then I made her listen to I Want an Elephant for like 5 fucking minutes. I want an elephant.
Woo, elephant, yeah. Woo, elephants, yeah. Dude, that website was one, like,
Dude, it's still up. They're still doing shit.
yeah. But like at the time, like people don't realize, like, you know, there was like an internet before
YouTube.
Yeah, there was like an internet before YouTube and like all that shit. And like his website, like, remember Gash or Tash?
Oh yeah, it's like you have to guess whether or not it's somebody's beard or fucking pubes.
Yeah.
Like the other one was, what was it, like man milk or moo milk? It's like you have to guess if this is sperm or just milk.
Yeah. And then he had the one test that was it was anal vaginal.
Yeah.
Like, and it would just show the girl's face. And you have to
still go to that website and play those games. B3TA.
ca.co.uk.
Yeah.
Yeah, Rob Manuel, like out of the UK, like that guy, he was an internet pioneer before, like,
dude,
you could really monetize it.
Dude, it's a fucking shame that guy's not actually, I don't know that he's not a billionaire, but if he's not, it's a fucking shame that guy's not a billionaire right now.
Oh, hands down, or at least worth hundreds of millions of dollars. Like he ran a website before like the YouTubes, before like it was even pretty much before E-Bomb's world, I would say. You know, like he was just like coming, or like fuck Jerry. Like he was like coming out hard with like crazy funny content, like way ahead of its time. You know.
Yeah, no, because that was like what, early mid 2000s.
Oh, hands down. We were in high school. I mean, we were in fucking middle school when we first started looking at that website, pretty much. Freshman year. I mean, we were 15, so that was what, 2003?
Was it like you can't spell, you're a nasty gash with an awful smell?
Yeah. Hands down. Yeah.
You smell like weed, your grandma lives in a tree.
Yep. And it was like all Flash, like, you know, Flash. They don't even use Flash anymore.
Yeah.
You know, so.
Yeah, like every time I go to a website, you have to install Flash. I'm like, nah, I'm good. Fuck you.
Yeah. And Newgrounds was like a huge website too that used a lot of Flash.
So apparently Newgrounds is still doing pretty well though. I haven't been on it, but like other people have been told me about it. It's like it seems like it's still holding its own. It has no. It's nowhere near, fucking anything like any of the big players like fucking YouTube or like even Vimeo. But
Okay.
it's still its boat is still floating.
Yeah. That's awesome. Yeah, I haven't really checked out any of those like those websites. I mean, I'm primarily a YouTube guy. I got fallen into that because it's like it's easier to like fall into those like circles and stuff like that. So
Yeah.
but well shit, man, it's 1 in the morning.
Yeah, it's probably a good time to let you go. We're like right at 4 hours, which is a good fucking run, but
Yeah. I mean, I'll be happy to be on any other time, for sure.
yeah, no, I'm thinking about doing a thing, maybe not Halloween, but maybe before Christmas or New Year's, where like me on my end, I want to do a thing where it's like I'm doing like maybe 8 or 12 hours and just like have like hour long fucking fuckers throughout it.
Oh, nice.
So we'll see how that goes if that, manifests.
Yeah. I mean, I remember like when we were younger and you're like you and me like joked about it, like writing a book about like why we're going to hell, like with like all our pranks and that. And like, fuck, man, you did it, man. Like you got 6 books now, like, and
So
working on a 7th one. Yeah. Like, you did it. And like now you got a platform. Like, it's awesome to see, man. I'm happy to be on here and like,
dude, good.
it's, it's
you and I, we actually talk about every day though, like
yeah,
just this kind of shit. So
definitely. And like it's just incredible to see. And I mean, like, who knows, man? Like now that Rogan's strictly on Spotify, like YouTube needs that. Like YouTube's
YouTube,
got that gap, man, to fill.
dude, I got to get that
So,
one guy on here. What's his name? Peterson.
oh, Jordan Peterson.
Yeah, I need to get him on here. That'd fucking light some fucking fires.
Oh yeah, yeah. It's for like waffle. Hey, who knows? Maybe you can get fucking Alex Jones on here.
Dude, I would fucking love that. Like that would be a fucking great fucking thing. Like
Yeah.
granted, like, fucking it would be what it would be. And like, I don't have the report. Like the reason that he's so great on Joe Rogan is because him and Joe Rogan have been friends since the fucking 90s. So it wouldn't be the fucking same thing. However, people be like, why the fuck are you talking to this guy?
Yeah. And I mean, like I said, like he was talking about Epstein in 2004. Like,
Do you know who I want on here though?
who?
George Bush.
Yeah.
Like just coked out of his mind. Like, so let me tell you about these Al Qaeda. I was like, dude, I was there, man. Like, you're the president. I was in Afghanistan doing this.
Yeah, that would be great. Like, who knows? Like, just keep working at it and just keep grinding at it, man. Like keep building the platform because, like, who knows? Like, fucking Joe Rogan, like he did like just obscure shit, and like it became into this like fucking cultural phenomenon.
Well, if you ever
And,
watch his old shit, like his early podcast was like him and some other dude that were like on the same side of the fucking desk, and like it sucked.
yeah.
But he built himself up fucking like follower by fucking follower,
Mm-hmm. Exactly. So yeah, man, just keep plugging away, and anytime you want me on, I'm happy to be here.
Fucking good to know, man. Fucking hey, thanks for being on.
No
And
problem.
see you in what 3-4 weeks?
Yeah,
Fucking
about a month.
when we're gonna be one of these assholes.
Yeah, I'll be a married man, and yeah, come. Yeah, you're gonna be in the wedding, obviously. So,
Yeah.
but yeah, about a month away. It's crazy. I got so much to do yet before that, but
Oh, dude, getting married, like being married isn't a problem. Getting married is a giant fucking pain in the dick because you got to do
sure.
all this fucking stupid fucking shit for like what 3 hours of your fucking life, but like that 3 hours is like a fucking like 2-year fucking buildup.
Oh yeah, and then like COVID threw in it. Like we initially had like 130 guests. Like
Yeah,
she had a bunch of family from out of state. Like her cousin from Boston. Like her family's like from Boston and stuff was going to come down,
yeah.
and like we've limited it now to basically just like immediate family.
It's
Our
like
wedding
forty
party.
fucking people at this point. Like,
Yeah. Like we initially had like 130 to 150 people. Like,
yeah, it's
and it
like
was
little
going.
down to fucking nothing.
And
Which
like we can't.
it's shitty.
Yeah.
Like not
Uh,
the actual event won't be good, but the situation.
yeah, exactly. Like the thing that I like that hurts me the most is like, you know, again, like during like this whole like COVID stuff, like I understand there's 30 million people unemployed. Like I understand there's 40 million people like on the verge of losing their house. Like I feel fucking fortunate every fucking day that I am doing very well in this recession. Like I'm doing very well. And like I can't enough like take that like so like if I'm gonna get kicked in the dick a little bit because of 2020 and COVID, like it affected my wedding. Like that sucks. Like me personally, I know my fiance has put 2 years into this, and
Yeah,
like for her to like put all that work in and to know that now three-fourths of our like initial like invitations and all that are not going to be sent out because of all this. It sucks, and like I feel for her primarily because like I told her like I could get married at a courthouse and go to a dive bar with you. Like it does, doesn't affect me, but like I know she's dreamt of this day since she was a little girl, and
it's different for fucking women because
it,
it's like a thing, which
exactly.
left over from like because back in the day, like all you were fucking worth was who you're fucking married to, and like that's like a
Mhm.
leftover of that fucking mentality. Whereas like women aren't only worth who they're married to. However, the stigma behind the ceremony that starts it hasn't changed.
Yeah, exactly. So like I definitely feel for her because like I mean, she's been the rock star behind this whole thing. Like, she's put so much plan into it. Like, I mean, she asked me questions and I put my little input in it and that, but like, it's primarily been her. And like, for her to put all this work in and now it kind of feels like for not, it sucks.
Yeah.
But, you know, it is what it is. Like, again,
Well,
putting my things in
like
perspective.
this might be a little bit callous, right? So like, like I've only met her like what once, maybe twice. I
Yeah.
just think it's kind of fucking weird that you found someone that was tall enough to like look normal in a picture. Because like if you took a picture of both of you, you'd be like, well, I mean, Dave, he's probably like 5'9", right? Because that chick's like, 5'6", 5'7", and it's like, oh wait, no. He's like 6'2", and she's like taller than fuck.
Yeah.
I just think it's kind of weird that like you found another fucking like Jolly Green Giant.
Well, she's 5'7".
Really?
So, I mean, yeah.
I thought fuck, maybe she was wearing fucking heels or something. Because like when I met her, I thought she was taller than I was. So
No, she's only 5'7".
oh,
But like she's like, yeah, I mean that's taller than the average girl. I mean she's 5'3" is I think like the average American woman. So I
okay,
mean
all right, yeah,
I feel
no,
like we're gonna have tall kids.
yeah, yeah.
Yeah.
But then again, like if you would ask me a few years ago, I thought the only way that you would ever have kids would be like if some fucking kid somewhere else like traded the money he was supposed to buy a cow with for some magic beans and like climbed a beanstalk and then like
Yeah.
struck you down and then like made children out of your fucking whatever it was like.
Yeah. I mean honestly I never thought I'd get married. Like to be honest, completely honest. For sure. So I mean, but yeah, she's changed my life. I feel like a lot of the success I've had business wise is because I'm like in a relationship and it's not just about me and like oh, I can't be a complete degenerate now. You know what I mean? Like,
Well, yeah, no, but the other thing that goes with that though is like it's you can't appreciate it until you've been there, but
yeah,
having a stable woman in your life alleviates like 90% of like your extracurricular fucking bullshit. You
yeah,
know, like
1000% agree.
fucking I'm not going to speak for you. I'm going to speak for me, and if you can identify with it, you can, but if not, you can't. But like I used to be into a lot of fucking dumb, stupid, like, what the fuck are you doing? Bullshit. And then, like, you find somebody that's like, nah, dude, I like you. I'm going to keep you here. So I'm not going to get in a fist fight tonight.
Yep. I'm not going to be a dickhead.
Yeah.
Yeah. No, I totally agree. Totally agree with that statement.
Yeah,
So.
because like even if like fucking like worst case fucking what the fuck ever, like you have the flu and like you're on your fucking period and like fucking like the basement fucking flooded, I'd still rather fucking crash with you on the couch than go have a fucking wild time at fucking St. Pete's down on fucking 3rd Street and fucking break my fucking nose.
Yep. Exactly.
And
It's fun, like like last night, Friday night, like in my early 20s, I'd be out raging at the clubs till fucking 6 in the morning. Now, like, I ordered some carry out. It was a cold, windy night. I got some fucking lobster bisque. I watched Close Encounters of the Third Kind, and she fell asleep on me at 9:30 at night. Like,
Dave, though, you can't say it like that, though. It was a cold and windy night. I was by the lake. Some people might call it a sea, but the way the waves hit the beach, it was nice, misty. It was cold and chilly, and we didn't have what we needed to have to make dinner. So I braved the weather, and out in the weather, I brought back some sub-oceanic crustaceans.
yeah.
And then
No, exactly. I mean, like, spot on. I mean, that was spot on. Like, it was like I didn't have fucking groceries, and then it was like, oh, it's fucking freezing out. I want lobster bisque.
yeah.
And I went on this mission for lobster bisque, and then we
No,
watched movie.
you didn't go on a mission for some lobster bisque. You Dave braved the winds and the icy air blowing through the breeze. It came through his clothes, chilling him down to the bone. However, he needed substances to put in his stomach to feed his woman.
Yeah. Listening to the ballad of the Edmund Fitzgerald, the ship that, like, well, actually, it didn't go on Lake Erie, but Lake,
right?
yeah,
Yeah.
but it was what was the artist's name? My dad's gonna kill me because it's like one of his favorite. Gordon Lightfoot.
Yeah.
Yeah, Gordon Lightfoot's a great fucking songwriter. And like so like Gordon he wrote about the Edmund Fitzgerald, but like most people don't realize the most shipwrecks actually happen in Lake Erie because it's the shallowest lake. And so like when the storms really pick up, you can get really sucked in there, and you're fucked if you're in like in a storm on Lake Erie.
So speaking of fucking ships and stuff that'll like change your perception on things, if you look at a map of where U-boats were sunk in World War II, a good half of them were in the Gulf of Mexico.
Yeah.
Yeah. And it's like, what the fuck were they doing now? I get it, war, but like, no one told me this. I thought all this shit happened off the coast of France. Nope. A lot of World War II happened off the coast of fucking Florida.
Yeah. No, you're 100% right. And, going back to the Great Lakes, like the Great Lakes are like a giant inland sea, It's like
I don't know how the fuck they're not saltwater. Like, I know there is a reason, but I don't know what it is. But like,
yeah,
think that much water, especially with the fucking what is the St. Lawrence
Seaway.
Yeah, you would think they'd be salty.
But they actually expanded the St. Lawrence Seaway like after World War II. Like it wasn't like the like St. Lawrence Seaway like became like a big thing like after the war, believe it or not. And like it killed like some certain like port towns and stuff like that.
Hmm.
I forget like the all ins and outs of it, but like I went down a Wikipedia fucking wormhole one night.
Wikipedia is fucking best. And like fucking when like my teacher's like, you can't cite Wikipedia. I'm like, all right, cool. I'm gonna get this information from there and I'm gonna cite the source that's sourced from because that works.
Yeah, 100%, 100%.
Yeah.
You know, like in our work, like in my work at my job, like we're not allowed to source Wikipedia for anything. Like even if like we're doing background research on like a customer or potential like counterparty, like yeah, you can't source like Wikipedia for anything, but doesn't mean we follow the sources of sources. So yeah, but
Yep. All right. Well,
all right, man.
good fucking talking to you. Fucking, I'll see you in a fucking few weeks. Fucking happy Saturday. Man.
Cheers. Yeah,
Fucking
happy Saturday. Thanks for having me on. Cheers.
thanks for being on. Fucking,
Oh, no problem.
all right.
All right, I'll see you. Bye.
See you, man. Bye.